Hi there, I'm Evangelist Matthew Lee, the Senior and Founding Pastor of Christ's Heartbeat Ministries International, which is a missions and evangelism-focused itinerant ministry based in Benoni, South Africa. Family, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced us as pastors, as church leaders, and as ministers of the gospel to venture out into previously unexplored territory in order to be able to interact with our congregation and share our Sunday message. And as a result, I've seen that many of us have turned to Facebook and YouTube Live in order to be able to do this. And these have been exceptionally powerful tools during these challenging times. And I believe that they'll continue to be powerful tools for us to use to be able to share our Sunday messages online going forward as lockdown restrictions ease, so that we can get our messages out there far and wide, and so that people who are unable to attend our services on a Sunday will be able to watch them, as well as those who want to watch the replay will be able to see them. Family, during the pandemic, I've had the privilege of being able to jump in on multiple churches' live streams, and I've seen some really good ones, some really bad ones, and a lot of stuff in between. And it's brought me to the realization that there is a great need in the body of Christ for us to gain a greater understanding of how we can increase the video and the audio quality of our live stream services in order to make them look and sound more professionally. And as a result, I've created a series of how-to videos of how we as pastors, as ministers of the gospel and church leaders can do this to significantly increase the quality of our video and audio for our live stream services. And I realized that during these times, a lot of us have financial challenges and don't want to go and spend tens of thousands of rands on expensive software and expensive equipment to make it happen. And consequently, the videos that I've released have adopted methods that we can increase the video and increase the audio quality without having to go and spend all that kind of money. I've been successfully running my own YouTube channel since 2016 and have produced over 300 videos on this channel using the absolute basics of equipment. And consequently, I've taken the knowledge that I've received over the years and combined it with research that I've more recently done in order to be able to put these videos together. The video series consists of two parts. The first part discusses how we can use our cell phone and a couple of basic cheap pieces of equipment to increase the quality of the audio and the video of our live stream. And the second part, which is the part that you're watching right now, discusses how we can take what we've learned in part one and extend on it in order to be able to give our live streams that cutting edge, to be able to include things like lyrics, scriptures, graphics, videos, and all these kinds of things in our live stream. And the beautiful thing is, in order to keep it cost effective, the programs that we've utilized in these how-to videos are absolutely free. Family, I'd just like to take this opportunity to officially welcome you to part 2 of our how-to video series, Church Live Streaming, Going Pro Without Having to Cough Up the Dough. This video series is the first project of Christ's Heartbeat Ministries International latest daughter ministry, Ekwipt, which is all about making ministry easy. We're very excited to be able to share this video series with you, and we trust that it's going to be a blessing to you and an encouragement to you, and that it's going to give you some valuable insight into how you can live stream your church service. As I've said, this is a 2-part video series, and you're currently watching part 2 of the series. And if you have not yet watched part 1, I'd like to ask you to please stop what you're doing right now, stop this video, and go back and watch part 1. In part 1, I discuss how we can make use of our cell phone and a couple of basic pieces of cheap equipment in order to significantly increase the quality of our video and our audio for our church live streaming. And you're going to need this information going forward for watching part 2. So if you haven't watched part 1 yet, please go and watch that before continuing with part 2. So we're now in part 2 of this how-to video, and this is now section 1, where I'm basically just going to briefly introduce you to what we're going to be discussing during the course of this video, and we're going to go on. This video has a total of 9 sections, and I do understand that it is quite a lengthy video. However, we've done it this way to ensure that this video is as in-depth and as comprehensive as possible, but also simple enough for anybody to be able to understand, whether they're tech savvy or not, so that everybody can have a fair opportunity to be able to learn the information that I'm teaching in these how-to videos. So this is section 1 that we're in now. I want to encourage you to look in the description of this video. If you look in the description of this video, you will see the various sections and the timestamps for those sections. So if you want to jump to a specific section, please just follow the timestamp guidelines to be able to do it. So in section 1, I'm just introducing you to the stuff. In section 2, we're going to be speaking about the various pieces of equipment that you're going to need to make use of for your live stream. And the thing in this video is I try to give you as much of a variety and as much of a diversity in terms of equipment as possible, so that you can find what works best for you and use it, or take what you already have and utilize it. In section 3 of the video, we're going to be speaking about how we can set up our video and our audio feed. In other words, to take all of the equipment that I'm going to speak about in section 2 and combine it, connect it all up. That's what I'm going to be teaching in part 3. And in part 4, I'm going to be introducing you to our first free program, which is called Video Som. That is the program that we're going to be using to run our entire church service, the projectors, the in-service projector screens, as well as what the people on our live stream are going to be seeing. In section 5, I'm going to teach you how to set up the various elements and an agenda and all these kinds of things in Video Som, so that you can use Video Som, like I said, to run your service, as well as to run all your scriptures, lyrics, graphics, and all these kinds of things on your live stream. In section 6, we're going to be discussing the second free program that we're going to be using, which is OBS Studio. And that is basically going to be the program that we're going to use to send the video and audio signals from our computer to Facebook Live. In part 7, I'm going to show you how to get ready to go live. In other words, how to set everything up to officially go live on Facebook to be able to share your message with the Facebook audience. In part 8, we're going to do an extensive live demonstration of a church service where I will be explaining to you what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, when I'm doing it, while the church service is running. And in part 9, I'm going to teach you how you can utilize the system that we've implemented here, and how we can take it and literally pre-record sections for our services like church news, or alternatively even pre-record an entire church service and upload it as a live stream, even though it's pre-recorded, but more about that later. So I'd like to encourage you to please stick around for the entirety of this video. I believe that you will be able to take something interesting and something new from each section of this video. And like I said, if you're looking for something specific, please once again look in the description of this video where the different sections are laid out, as well as the timestamps for that, so you can jump to the necessary sections. Family, the system that we've developed and put together for this how-to video is not the be-all and end-all of live streaming. I realize that there are other programs, other systems, other ways of doing it. However, the reason we've done it this way is to give you a basic knowledge, a basic foundation of how you can do these things, and you can go and chop and change and add whatever you like. If you've already got software that does it better, by all means, go ahead and utilize that software. If you've got other camera sources or other ways of connecting up your audio, by all means, go ahead and do that. Like I said, this is just to give you a basic knowledge and a foundation, and from there, you can literally take the system that we've developed and make it your own, adopt it, adapt it, and make it your own. Thank you, family. The how-to video is just about to start, so I'd like to encourage you to sit back, relax, grab your notepad and pen, and get ready to receive all the information that we're going to teach you in this video series. Thank you. Hi there, family. Welcome to the first section of this how-to video. In this section, I'm going to be sharing with you the various pieces of equipment that you will need to make use of to make your live stream possible. I'll also share with you some of the specifications for the pieces of equipment that you'll need, as well as some of the options that you can make use of, some of the variations that you can use depending on what you have available. I'll also give you some examples of where you can buy these items from. Obviously, being from South Africa, the examples will be relevant to South Africa. However, for our international audience, I'm sure that you can also make use of Amazon and other online services or other stores to get similar pieces of equipment. So the first piece of equipment that we need to make our live stream possible is obviously a video camera, because you're going to want to have a video source to capture the sermon, to capture the praise and worship, and various other parts of the service. And as you can see on the table right now, I've got a bunch of options available here, or a bunch of examples of what we can use for cameras. So the first one, and the most obvious one, being a cell phone, which is what we used in part 1. You saw it there. I showed you how to set it up and all that kind of stuff. And the beautiful thing about a cell phone is everyone has one. However, the setup for a cell phone for live streaming is sometimes a little bit more complex, as you need to download an app onto your phone, you need to install a program on your computer, and then you need to configure it correctly. But the beautiful thing, as I said, is everyone's got one. So the cell phone is the first option of a video source for live stream. The second option I'd like to discuss is the webcam at the back there. At the back, I've got the Hikvision webcam, which is the one I've bought for the ministry. And this is a beautiful webcam. It works really well. It's got a nice wide angle. It's got fixed focus, so that it's not moving and focusing and trying to lose focus and gain focus all the time. It's got low light correction, which is another specification that is quite important for these webcams, and it's full HD. So this webcam is kitted out. It has everything that it needs. And the beautiful thing about the webcam is it's not that expensive. This particular model is around 600 Rand. And as you can see on the screen right now, I'm showing you an example of where I bought it from. And another webcam that I'd also recommend is the Genius webcam, which you can see on the screen right now, which some of the churches that I've worked with have also used. As a matter of fact, I would prefer the Genius webcam over the Hikvision just because I think the quality is slightly better. If you look at these, if you go to the websites that they're on, you can see the specs that they have, and these are the specs that I would recommend. Now, you can get many other webcams for cheaper or more expensive. You've just got to weigh up the odds at the end of the day. Whatever you do though, I would not recommend compromising on quality, because I went and bought one that was about 250 Rand, and the quality was so bad that I literally had to return it. So when it comes to webcams, don't compromise on quality. Rather spend the extra buck and have the better video quality. The reason I recommend a webcam, the webcam would probably be one of the items I'd recommend the most because of its simplicity. A webcam literally just plugs in via USB cable. Your computer will automatically install the drivers for it, and Bob's your uncle. You're good to go. You don't have to worry about anything else. You've literally got your webcam, plug it in, and it works. And then you've got a video feed. So the webcam is the easiest option, and it's relatively cost effective as well if you want to go that option. With the cell phone and with the webcam, the thing with them is that you're usually going to need to put them relatively close to the pulpit, sometimes even right up in front of it, like a meter or 2 meters away. And the reason for that is because these cameras usually have a slightly wider angle lens, so they have to be closer so that you're not getting the entire church in the shot, but rather just the pulpit or the stage or whatever it is that you need. So that's the disadvantage. And another disadvantage that goes with that as well is your sound desk isn't usually sitting right next to the pulpit. Your sound desk is usually sitting, at the back or the side of the church or something like that. However, this is easy enough to fix. All you need to do is go and buy a USB extension cable. Depending on the distance, you can get a 10 meter or a 20 meter one, and then you run that USB extension cable from wherever your webcam or your cell phone is all the way to the sound desk, and then that'll obviously allow you to connect the two to your laptop over the distance. The next option I'd like to discuss is the Handycam on the left there. This is basically just a regular personal use Handycam, but the nice thing about these is they're relatively inexpensive, and they've got a bunch more extra features than what you'll have available if you use your cell phone or a webcam. The Handycam will usually have zoom and autofocus and face tracking, just depending on the model that you get. So I would also strongly recommend a Handycam. However, as I said, it is slightly more expensive. You're probably looking at spending 2,000 to maybe 5,000 Rand for a decent one if you buy it new. However, if you jump on Facebook Market, there's many of them secondhand that you can get for under 2,000 Rand. And then you have it. You've got an awesome camera that gives you great quality that you can zoom in and zoom out. And you can then obviously set it up on a tripod and get somebody from the church to pan it left and right and tilt it up and down and all these kinds of things to follow you while you're preaching, if you like me and you don't like to stand still behind the pulpit, but rather move around. So the Handycam is definitely a nice option. However, it also requires an extra item. It's not just plug and play like the webcam, and that item is a video capture card. As you can see right now, this is the one that I use. There's a whole bunch of different options that you can get, some good, some bad, some with lots of, sort of multiple video sources that you can plug into it. However, the one that I've just shown you is one that I bought from Takealot for around 350 Rand. And for me, this one serves
its purpose perfectly. It does everything that I need it to, and it produces great quality video. These are usually not things that you will find in your regular cell phone or electronics store, so I'd recommend looking for it online, finding one that suits you, and going and buying it. As I said, this one works perfectly for me. The nice thing about this video capture card is it gives you a variety of options of what cameras you can plug into your computer. So you can obviously plug in the Handycam, you can go and plug in a DSLR, you can even go and plug in a professional studio camera if you've got one available, just using that video capture card. And the way it works basically is, on one end it's got a USB male that you plug into your computer, and on the other end it's got an HDMI female. And the HDMI female, you basically run an HDMI cable from that HDMI female straight into your camera if it's got a port. That is something I must mention as well. It is important that if you're going to go and buy a camera, or if you're looking to see if your camera will work, you need to make sure it's got an HDMI output of some kind. So if I turn my Handycam on and open it up, you can see there it's got the various ports. And this one in the middle is the HDMI output. Now that might not look like a normal size HDMI, and that's because it's not. It's an HDMI mini. So if you're planning to run a regular HDMI cable, you will need to get an HDMI to HDMI adapter to plug into that. But the nice thing is, if you're buying it new, these things usually come with the cable included. So you literally plug it in there, and then you plug the other end of the cable into your video capture card, the video capture card into your computer, and there's your video source. It's as simple as that. The nice thing about this option as well is, if your camera is slightly further away from the laptop than, sort of like a 3-meter HDMI cord, is it's simple enough to go and buy a long HDMI cable. You can get 20-meter HDMI cables, and that will basically allow you to run a cable from your camera that's up to 20 meters away from the sound desk to the sound desk, and it'll still maintain the quality and the like. So with the video capture card, as I mentioned earlier, it basically opens up your options of what you can plug into your computer as a video source. I've just discussed using the Handycam, and as I said earlier, you can also basically make use of a DSLR or even a professional studio camera if it's got the right output, and then you can run that 20-meter HDMI cable to be able to connect it at a distance to your computer and the like. So that brings me to the next one I'd like to discuss, which is the DSLR over there. For this example, I've got my Nikon D700 there, which is an older model DSLR. However, it has what it needs to be able to live stream or to be able to send signals to the laptop. And that is basically on the side over here. You can see that it's got an HDMI port just like the Handycam. And that is a beautiful feature, because it basically means that we can use it like the Handycam as a video source for our live stream. And then the same would basically apply for any DSLR or any studio camera. If they've got that output, you can plug it into a video capture card and into your computer, and you've got a video source. Some of the newer model DSLRs also have the option to be able to connect it to your computer as a video source via USB cable. You'll just need to see if that is an option for your camera. The DSLR is obviously a nice high quality video, and so is the studio camera. However, these cameras can often come with a couple of complications. So with these cameras, it's sometimes a little bit more difficult to turn off the on-screen display, whereas your Handycam, or at least the Canon Handycam that I've got, I literally have to change one setting and all the on-screen display is off. Whereas with the DSLRs, it's sometimes a little bit more difficult to do that. And sometimes I've seen with the DSLRs as well, is the aspect ratio isn't always 100% right. You want a 16:9 aspect ratio for your video, and the DSLR doesn't always have that. So consequently, you get all stretched out and stuff like that, depending on the model DSLR camera that you're using. The one church that I worked with, they've got Canon DSLRs. and it completely messed up the aspect ratio. It put black frames around it and stuff like that. So even though DSLR gives you good quality, it sometimes comes with complications. So if you're looking at using a DSLR, I'd recommend testing it out first, seeing that the video looks right and that the aspect ratio is right and all of that. But the DSLR is probably the most complicated one to make use of. So I wouldn't recommend it in a hurry. And obviously it's also on, as we've seen on the table, it's the most expensive item as well. So my personal recommendation, or my two personal favorites out of the items that I've just mentioned, is the webcam for its simplicity, and the other option is the Handycam for the bunch of features that it has, but it's obviously slightly more expensive. The cell phone's also nice because it's something that we have, but as I said, the setup is quite complicated, which I'll explain to you later. And then obviously the DSLR is the most expensive option with the best video quality, but also depending on the model of camera you've got, sometimes it has the most complications. So there you have it. These are the various cameras that you can use. With that video capture card, it basically opens up your possibilities to what you can use, which is the beautiful thing about it. So that's the basics of the video cameras that you'll need. The next item that you're going to need is a laptop, which is pretty much the most important item on this list, because without the laptop, nothing will work. So your laptop is obviously a critical piece of equipment for your live stream service. So in this section now, I'm going to share with you some of the specs that you need to look for in your laptop. Okay, so the next piece of equipment that we need is one of the most obvious ones and one of the most crucial ones as well, because it's where the magic happens, and that is either a laptop or a desktop computer. And this is the most important one at the end of the day, because it's where everything comes in and where everything goes out to our church service as well as to our live streams. So on the screen right now, you can see the laptop that I use for the majority of my live streaming videos and stuff like that. And this one isn't the greatest laptop in the world, but it's not the worst either. And the specs of our laptop is what's going to make or break our live stream videos, because there are certain minimum specs that each laptop or computer needs to meet in order for us to be able to live stream. Because if our laptop is too slow or it doesn't have the resources that it needs, it's going to cause a laggy live stream. It's going to cause issues, and we just don't want that. So there's a way to check. If you've got a laptop or a desktop that you want to use for your live stream, there's a way to check if what you have is sufficient for what you need for the live stream. So to do that, you're going to basically go into the search on your desktop. You're going to click on the search icon, and you're going to type in system information, and you're going to choose system information, and system information will then pop up on your computer screen. So the first and probably the most important thing you need to look for, because some of the other ones are upgradable, is your computer's processor. And if you look on system information, if we go over here, you can see what processor I have inside this computer. You can see it's an Intel Core i7 4700, basically with 4 cores and 8 logical processors. So that is what we're looking for. So my recommendation, a minimum recommendation for a processor on a desktop or a laptop, is an Intel Core i3, i5 or i7. If it's running a Intel Core 2 Duo, an Intel Celeron, or a Intel Core 2 Quad, those are very old processors, and consequently they're not going to have enough processing power. Even some i3 laptops and desktops, the processor of an i3 is sometimes too slow, but I'll get more into that in a second. So there are also AMD processors that are out there. They're becoming more common on the market. However, if your computer's older, chances are it probably doesn't have that. The majority of computers and laptops from a couple of years ago back are Intels. Now, this laptop particular is a 2014 model laptop, so it is quite old, but because it's an i7, it's still running strong. So the way to tell when your laptop was released, more or less, is to look at the number series on it. So you can see it says Core i7 4700. Now that determines the model of our processor. So because it's got a 4 at the beginning, that means that this particular laptop is running a 4th generation i7 laptop. If it has a 2 or a 3, it's a 2nd or 3rd generation. And currently, as things are at the moment, they go all the way up to 11. So depending on that first number, whether it's a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11, it determines what generation your laptop is. Now, if it's a 3-digit number, like a Core i7, call it a 930, just those 3 digits, then it's a first generation. I would recommend steering away from the first generation i3, i5, or i7 simply because of their age. They're not much different from the Core 2 Duo and the Core 2 Quad. So I would recommend at least a second or newer generation Core i5 or i7 laptop or desktop processor for your live stream, simply because a i5 or an i7 from the second generation onwards should have enough processing power for what we need. The i3 is possible as well. However, I think anything less than sort of a 5th generation i3 will possibly be a little bit too slow, because the i3 is the slowest of the Intel processors. And if you've got an i9, that's even better. That's sort of the top of the line, but those are quite expensive. So I would imagine you probably don't have one of those. So what we're looking for is i3, i5, i7. If it's i3, the number must start with a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11. If it's an i5 or an i7, it needs to start with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 11. And the reason that I say that is because each generation is about 10 to 15% faster. So if you don't have a laptop, or your laptop doesn't meet the criteria, and you're looking at buying a new laptop, I would strongly recommend going for something newer rather than older, because it's going to last you a bit longer. As I said, this laptop is a 2014 model, and it's lasted me since 2014, because when I bought it, I bought the i7. So if you can afford to spend the extra bucks and go for an 8th generation i7, I'd strongly recommend doing it. You can obviously source laptops online at various computer shops, or alternatively, you can use Facebook Market as well to find some decent secondhand laptops. You can actually find decent secondhand i7 laptops for as little as 3,500 Rand. So at the end of the day, you've got to weigh up the odds, what's going to work best for you depending on what you currently have. Like I said, you can also look into the desktop option, because it's going, and then you obviously just leave it in your church or whatever. And if you go for a desktop option, you're probably going to pay even less. So you've just got to work out what's going to work best for you. But at the end of the day, it needs to be i3, i5, or i7 processor. And what you're looking for as well is the cores and logical processes. As you can see, my laptop is running 4 cores and 8 logical processes. The minimum amount that I would recommend in terms of core and processor is a minimum of 2 cores and 4 logical processes, or 4 threads. So if you're considering an i3, that is also something that you should strongly look at to see if it has a minimum of 2 cores and 4 logical processes. Because if I'm correct, some i3s can have 2 cores, 2 logical processes, in which case I think it's going to be a little bit too slow. I understand that some of what I might be saying might be going a little bit over your head. I do apologize, but I've tried to make it as simple as possible in terms of the i3, i5, i7, in terms of the generation of the processor, and in terms of the amount of cores and logical processes. Those are the things that we need to understand. If you don't understand what I've said, please feel free to contact me. I'll help you out as best I can. If you've got a laptop or desktop that you're considering buying and you're not sure if it's good enough, you're also more than welcome to contact me, and I'll be more than glad to help you make the decision for that. So that's the first basic thing that we need to check for a desktop or a laptop, is our processor. The second thing that we need to look at is the amount of RAM. So if I browse down here, you can see it says installed RAM, 16 gigabytes. Now, 16 gigabytes is quite a lot. And the reason I've got that is because I use this computer for video processing and the like. However, for live streaming, I wouldn't recommend anything slower than 4 gigabytes, or anything less than 4 gigabytes of RAM. So if it's got 1 gigabyte of RAM or 2 gigabytes of RAM, it's simply too slow. 4 gigabytes is the bare minimum. However, I would more likely recommend that you try to get 8 gigabytes, because 8 gigabytes is becoming sort of the minimum standard for most software and stuff these days, and 4 gigabytes is slowly being phased out. The beautiful thing about RAM, though, is usually desktop or laptop, you can at least upgrade the RAM. Whereas if you buy a laptop, what the processor that it has is what it has. There's nothing you can do to change it apart from upgrading your laptop. Desktop, different story. You can always buy new processors and stuff like that, but I'm not going to get into that for the sake of this video. So those are the 2 things we need to check on. is our processor and our RAM, a minimum of 4 gigabytes of RAM and a minimum of a 5th generation i3 or a minimum of a 2nd generation i5 or i7 should be more than sufficient for what we need in terms of hardware for the laptops. If you've got one of these i5s or i7s and they're older, like this particular model i7 that I've got, and you notice that it's running a bit slow, something that you can also consider doing is doing a fresh install of Windows, literally a clean slate install of Windows on your device. One of the churches that we worked with had a 4th generation i5, and when we started out their live stream on that computer was just too slow. So after we did a fresh install of Windows 10 and reinstalled the programs and software and everything, it worked perfectly. So sometimes a fresh install of Windows 10 can give your older model laptop a second wind for what we need it for. So that is what I'd recommend in terms of hardware for the laptop. The next thing that we need to look at is the ports on the laptop, because there are certain ports that we'll need for our live stream. Otherwise, if we don't have those ports, there are also certain adapters that we can make use of with those ports. Okay, so with regards to ports on your laptop or your desktop, the first thing that you're going to need is pretty much something that they all already have, and that is USB ports. As you can see over here, you're going to need those to plug in your video source, either be it, directly via USB like with a webcam, or via the video capture device, which will once again plug into USB. But like I said, most computers already have that, so we don't need to stress too much about that. The next port that we need to look at is this one here, which is an HDMI port, or alternatively this one at the back, which is a VGA port. You're going to use these two ports to send signals from your laptop out to your projectors in your church, or if you're not running projectors, at least a second screen, because we're going to need either a projector or a second screen to make the software work, but more about that later. So if your computer only has an HDMI port and your system or your projectors are only running VGA, it's quite simple to fix that. All you need to do is go and buy an adapter like this. On the one end, it's HDMI, so it'll plug into the HDMI port on the laptop, like that. And then on the other end, it's a VGA female, which you can then go and plug your projector cables into. However, this laptop is an older one, so it still comes standard with the VGA output for that. So depending on your projector or your second screen, you'll obviously make use of either the VGA port or the HDMI port to output the signals from your laptop to the church's projectors. Okay, so the next port that we're going to need to look at is once again something that your laptop should come standard with. Desktops, maybe not always, but generally they do. And that is the sound ports. Now, if you look on the screen, this particular laptop has 3 different sound ports, which is quite handy because we actually need 2 of them. So you need the microphone one and the headphones one. And what we're going to do with those is we're going to run an auxiliary cable from the headphones into our sound desk. And that is so that when we play back videos on our laptop, it'll output to the sound desk so that the people in the church can hear it. And then the second one that we need is another auxiliary cable going into the microphone port, and that is to receive signals from the sound desk into your computer for our live streaming. So if your computer or your laptop has 2 or 3 ports like this, you're in luck. You've got everything that you need. You obviously just need the cables to connect it. However, a lot of newer laptops are now coming with only a single port. Now, this might seem a bit confusing, but it's actually quite easy to fix. All you need to do is buy an adapter like this one that I'm showing you now, where it has a auxiliary cable on one end and then 2 auxiliary females on the other end. And what you'll do with this is you will then plug the male port into your single port on your laptop, and then you will plug this one as a microphone. So you'll plug the sound desk output into there, and this one is the headphone. So these 2 little ports will basically then replace the multiple ports on the laptop. So it's easy enough to fix that. Another thing is maybe sometimes your laptop or your desktop doesn't have a sound card or it's not working, it's okay. You can also buy a USB sound card. They don't usually give you the greatest quality, but the nice thing is you can pick them up relatively cheap. As you can see on the screen right now, I'm displaying an example of one that you can buy from takealot.com. Obviously, for our international audience, you can always go and get it from Amazon or whatever your online shopping is, or alternatively, some electronics and cell phone shops sell them as well. So if you buy this, it's quite simple. You just plug it into your USB port, Windows picks it up, registers it, installs it, and then once again, you just plug your auxiliary cables into the necessary headphones and microphone ports on that. So that's pretty much it in terms of the ports that your devices need. The next thing that our computer or our laptop will obviously need is an internet connection. Now, there are two ways that this can happen. This can either happen via Wi-Fi or it can happen via a LAN cable. A LAN cable is more stable. However, the problem with a LAN cable is literally having to run the cable from your computer to the router and stuff. So I'd recommend, if you can, to rather make use of Wi-Fi. Now, most laptops already come with Wi-Fi built into the device, which is quite convenient. So all you need to do then is connect your laptop to the Wi-Fi device, and Bob's your uncle, you're good to go. However, desktop computers don't always come with a built-in Wi-Fi receiver, but once again, it's relatively easy to fix. All you'll need to do is buy a USB Wi-Fi receiver. As you can see on the screen right now, is an example of one that you can get from Takealot. And for our international audience, once again, you can get that from Amazon or wherever. You can also pick them up at electronics and cell phone shops. So once this is done, you're able to connect to the Wi-Fi, and then the Wi-Fi itself is also important because you need to make sure that the Wi-Fi that you have is fast enough to carry your signal. So if fiber is available in your area, I would strongly recommend getting a fiber connection to your church. And the reason for that is fiber is the most stable wireless source. It doesn't fluctuate and give you issues and the like. And you don't have to have a massively fast fiber line. A simple 10 up, 10 down Wi-Fi fiber connection should suffice. Otherwise, there are also the option of, cell phone 4G routers and the like. These can also work. However, their internet connection is a little bit more unstable, but nonetheless, if you want to go live, it's obviously imperative that you have some form of a connection to the internet and that your laptop is able to connect to that device. So that's pretty much it in terms of laptops, desktops, and the various hardware and ports that we need for these devices. If I've said all of this and it's not making sense to you, you're more than welcome to contact me for assistance. Otherwise, you can maybe also ask somebody in your church who understands computers, and they might also be able to help you regarding this. So the next piece of equipment that we're going to be discussing is one that we spoke about already in this section, and that is either a second screen or a projector. Okay, family, so the next piece of equipment that we need to make our live stream possible is either a projector or a second screen. Obviously, if you're running a church service and you've already got a projector in the church, that's perfect. That's all you need, because at the end of the day, the system that we're using is going to be projecting on our screens in church as well as to our Facebook Live. If you, however, do not have any projectors or screens in church, it is still possible to do the live stream. However, then you will need to go and buy some form of a second monitor. And the reason for that is the programs that we use basically output the video and the lyrics and the graphics and everything to a second monitor or a projector. And then that picture gets captured and sent to Facebook. So for the software to work correctly, it needs some form of a second screen, be it a projector in church or even just a little monitor that you've got sitting next to you. If your church doesn't have projectors or screens and you need to go and buy a monitor, I'd recommend once again going to Facebook Market. You can pick up it doesn't have to be a fancy monitor. It can basically just be a real El Cheapo. The only purpose for the monitor is to basically be able to send a video signal from your laptop out to the second monitor, because if you do that, then the programs can capture the picture and send it to Facebook, but it is not possible to do this live stream system without either a projector or a second monitor where your laptop or computer is outputting to a second screen. So on the screen right now, you can see my projector. It's sitting there on the table, obviously not set up, but I've got it turned to the side specifically that I want to show you the various ports. So as you can see on the screen, there are a couple of different ports on the side of this projector, the one being VGA and the other one being HDMI. Now you can use either of those if your projector has it, as well as if your computer has it. You basically just need to work out what cable is going to be best for you at the end of the day, and obviously depending on what your computer and your projector or your second screen has. And then you basically just need to run a cable from one of those inputs on the projector to the output on your computer. As we discussed previously, it can be HDMI, it can be VGA, it doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, for the live stream system to work, we have to have either a projector or a second monitor for the system to work. I'm hoping that the projector is obviously the option that you're going to go for, because the beautiful thing about the system, and the reason that I designed the system the way that it is so that we can create a beautiful projector image for our congregation in our church service, as well as a beautiful video image for the people that are watching our Facebook live stream. So that's basically all I've got to say concerning projectors. How to set the projector up and stuff in church is entirely up to you, or if you're doing the second monitor, like I said, you can just plonk it on the sound desk next to the laptop just so that it's there. As an example, one of the churches that I worked with, they had projectors, but when I was there, their projectors weren't working. But fortunately, they had a second monitor, so we just plugged that second monitor in, put it next to us on the sound desk, and we were able to do our Facebook live stream, and it worked perfectly. So that's it concerning the projectors or the second screen. As I said, it's something that you're going to need to make use of if you want your live stream to work according to the system that we've got it operating with. And then in the next section, we're going to be discussing the next piece of equipment that we need, and that's something that most churches already have, and that is a sound desk. Okay, family, so the next piece of equipment that we're going to need to make our live stream work is something that most churches already have, and that is a sound desk. Now, churches obviously have a sound desk to be able to chop and change the volumes and the levels, etc., for the various microphones and stuff within the church, and then so that the sounds can then play back through the church speakers, right? So the reason we now need a sound desk, or to make use of your church's sound desk for the live stream, is for two reasons. Firstly, every video and stuff that we play as part of our live stream and as part of our service on the projectors, we will obviously need to capture that in the sound desk to send it to the speakers in the church. But at the same time, we also need to be sending signals from our sound desk back to the laptop so that they can be recorded by the laptop to be sent to our stream. So it's basically a loop, in the sense of when we play a video, it goes to the sound desk and it goes to the speakers inside the church. And then everything that the sound desk receives, including the audio from the videos and stuff we play back on the laptop, then goes back to the laptop so that the laptop can receive it, so that it can send it to Facebook, if that makes sense. So the reason for this, family, is we obviously want to capture decent quality audio for our live stream. And the nice thing about having a sound desk in church is it does that. It captures all the microphones and stuff that we have plugged in, all the audio sources. And then when we send it from the sound desk back to the computer then captures it and sends it to Facebook. So in other words, what your church is hearing inside the service is pretty much what Facebook is going to be hearing through your live stream, give or take a little bit of volume maybe. So different churches obviously have different sound desks. Some have big ones, some have small ones, some have analog ones, some have digital ones. But the principle of how we get the sound desk to work for our live stream is pretty much standard, irrespective of what system you may have in your church. So if you look on the screen now, you can see our ministry sound desk. Nothing too fancy about it. And whether it be a 12 channel or a 4 channel or a 32 channel, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, on the sound desk, there are only two things that we really need for the live stream. And on my sound desk, that is these two sets of ports up here at the top. So the two sets of ports that we basically need on our sound desk, irrespective of what sound desk it is that we're running, is an auxiliary input, which are these here for me. As you can see, it's auxiliary or RCA cables. Basically these red and white cables. So we need those for the input, like I said, so that the church can obviously hear when we play back videos and the like through our system. Then the church can hear it because the sound desk is receiving it and it's pushing it out to the speakers. So that's the first one. So to connect this to our computer, we need a cable like the one I just showed you that has the RCA on the one end and a audio auxiliary jack on the other end. So these will then go into our sound desk, and this will then plug into our computer. And now our computer is sending sound to our sound desk, and we can obviously, play with the volume levels and stuff and adjust it on our sound desk. So that's the first part. Now, the second ports that we need are these two at the back on mine, which basically say rec out. Now, this works exactly the same way as what we've just done with the line in the sense of we plug these RCA cables into the sound desk, and we plug the audio jack into the computer. And what this does is it now allows the sound desk to speak to the computer. In other words, everything that the sound desk is projecting onto your church's speakers is now being sent back to the computer so that the computer can capture it and send it to Facebook. So these are the basic two ports, one in and one out, that pretty much every sound desk should have in some way or another. If your sound desk doesn't have an auxiliary input port, you can always use one of these regular large jacks or something like that and just make an adaptation or an adapter, which you can often buy from the cell phone shops and stuff like that. So now our sound desk is receiving the audio from our laptop when we play back stuff, and our laptop is receiving everything that comes through the sound desk when we set it up like this. Some of the more advanced sound desks also come with a USB cable, and in that case, you don't need to run these cables. All you have to do is connect your sound desk to your computer via USB cable, and then the USB cable basically serves as those. So if your sound desk does have a USB cable, I would strongly recommend you use that as opposed to what I've just shown you now, for the reason that it's just higher quality and stuff. Now, our sound desk does have a USB port up at the top here. However, that's not the kind of USB port I'm talking about. That port there is mainly just to plug a USB flash drive in so that you can play back MP3 files and the like. No, there'll usually be a port for it on the back here, and it won't actually be a physical USB port. It'll be the other end of it, basically. So it'll be like a printer cable or something like that. So you can run it like that, or if you don't have the USB option, most other sound desks should have these options. And that's all you need, basically, are those two cables and a sound desk so that your sound desk and your computer can speak to each other the way that they need to. Right, so that's basically it concerning the sound desk and how it works. If you don't understand what I've just said, show this part of the video to your sound desk, to your media guys, and I'm sure they'll be able to figure it out. Just if you're struggling with it, just play around with it, play with the volume, see if it's coming in, see if it's going out. On the laptop, you'll be able to see if it's receiving it, which we'll discuss at a later stage in this video and the like. So in the next section of this video, we're going to be discussing the various cables that you'll need, which I've pretty much already covered, but I'm just going to go through it again. The various cables that you'll need to connect the various devices together so that you can have everything connected for your live stream as well as for your church service on the projector screens. Okay, so in this section, we're going to be discussing the various cables and adapters that you're going to need to be able to connect all the equipment up to your laptop correctly so that we can run our live stream system. So if you look on the table right now, I've got all the various pieces of equipment that we've covered so far. Don't be intimidated by these just yet. I'm now going to show you the various cables that we need to connect these up. And at a later stage in this video, I'm going to show you how we can connect it up. So the first cable that we're going to need is the one that I've got in my hands right now, which is an auxiliary to RCA adapter. We're going to need 2 of these cables to connect our sound desk to our laptop and our laptop to our sound desk. So you can see it's got the auxiliary jack on this end and it's got the RCA on this end, and we're going to need 2 of these. The 2 auxiliary jacks go into our laptop and the 2 RCAs go into our sound desk. And that is what allows our computer to speak to our sound desk and our sound desk to speak to our computer. As I mentioned earlier, if your sound desk has a built-in USB sound card, you don't need to worry about these 2 cables. All you have to do is run that USB cable from your sound desk into your laptop, and your laptop should then install the drivers where it will then see your sound desk as an external sound card. If you've got this option, I'd recommend this over using the RCA to auxiliary adapter, simply because it's less cables and it often gives you higher quality sound as well. However, if your sound desk doesn't have this option available, then you will need the 2 auxiliary to RCA adapters connected to your laptop and your sound desk. The next piece of equipment that we're going to need is a cable that is going to connect our laptop or our computer to our projector. So if you look on the screen right now, I've got one of those in my hands. This is the most commonly used one, which is a VGA cable. You can see it's got 2 of these VGA males on either end, and one end is going to be plugged into our laptop and the other end into our projector. Another option for this kind of cable would be to get an HDMI cable, but this depends entirely on the inputs and outputs that are available on your laptop as well as the projector. My personal recommendation, if you've got both VGA and HDMI available to you, would be to go HDMI, simply because HDMI usually gives you higher quality video that comes out of the cable. However, I also understand when it's spanning over a long distance that the HDMI cable can sometimes work out to be a lot more expensive than the VGA cable. So you must just work out which one is going to be the most cost effective and the most convenient for you to use, depending on your projectors and the outputs on your computer. Or if your church doesn't have projectors, once again, to your second monitor, because we need some form of second screen for our system to work. So if you look on the screen right now, I've got an example of one of those HDMI cables. You can see it's got 2 HDMI males on either end. This is just a short little one just for this example, but you can get these up to 20 meters. If you've got the HDMI option, it's quite simple. One end goes into your computer and the other end goes into your projector, and then they will speak to each other. So the following cables that I'm going to speak about now are going to vary depending on the setup that you've chosen to use, especially where your cameras are concerned. If you are going the option with a cell phone or a webcam, you will need a USB extension cord. As you can see on the screen right now, I've got one of those in my hands. It's got a USB male on the one end and a female on the other end. And the way that this is going to work is simply you're going to plug the USB male into your computer, and you're going to run the span of the cable to the front of your church or wherever it is you've got your webcam or your cell phone set up, and you're going to plug a USB cable from your cell phone or your webcam into the female port of this USB extension cord. The purpose for this cable is simply to span the distance between your computer and your webcam or your cell phone, which will generally be in the front of the church. These USB extension cords, you can usually get up to 20 meters, and they're fairly inexpensive. You only need a USB 2 extension cord. If you go the USB 3 option at this distance, even though it's better, it will cost you a lot more. So that is how the cable that you'll use to connect your webcam and your cell phone to your desktop or to your computer if you are doing it over a distance and if you're making use of that option. If you are not making use of the webcam and cell phone option, then you don't need to worry about this cable. Perhaps you've chosen to go the more professional route by making use of a handy cam or a DSLR or a professional studio camera. In that case, like I said, you're not going to need the USB port, but instead you're going to need to get adapters and another HDMI cable. So the first adapter that you're going to need for a setup, if you are using handy cams or DSLRs or professional cameras, the first piece of equipment you're going to need is a video capture card like the one I've got in my hand right now. This card simply has a USB male on the one end and an HDMI female on the other end. Now this is going to be on the computer side. You're going to simply plug this into your computer and you're going to plug an HDMI cable into this port here. And then you're going to run that HDMI cable from your computer to your camera. So in this case, you're probably going to need to get an extra adapter to connect that HDMI cable to your camera, depending on what it's got. But that adapter that you're probably going to need is this little guy here, which is an HDMI mini to an HDMI cable. So that HDMI cable that's running from your laptop to your camera, you're going to plug into here, and then you're going to plug this into your camera. So if you look on the screen right now, you've got a perfect example of how this works. This is your computer end where you've got the video capture card plugged into your computer. Here's the HDMI cable plugged into it, running to this device here, which will then plug into your camera and will allow these two to speak to each other. And once again, as I said, this HDMI cable can be up to 20 meters so that your camera can speak to your computer and the like. And this will work obviously for a camera that works on the system. So these are the basic cables and adapters that you may need for your setup to all be connected correctly, depending on the setup that you've got. Each person's setup will obviously vary depending on the laptop's inputs and outputs, the sound desk's inputs and outputs, the cameras that you're using, as well as the inputs and outputs available on your projector or second screen. So these are the basics. There are also some of the other adapters that I've spoken about in the various parts of this video. Depending on your setup, you'll just need to decide what's going to work best for you, what works with your system, and then you can get everything connected up and working. So I want to encourage you to stick around. In the next section, I'm going to be briefly introducing you to the programs that we're going to be using to take all of these input and output signals to make them work so that they can be sent to your church's projectors, your church's sound, as well as to our Facebook Live. And then after that, I'm going to show you how we can use these cables and use all of this equipment to be connected up correctly. So we've discussed the various pieces of equipment that we need to make our live stream work. Now I'd like to share with you a little bit about the 2 free programs that we're going to be using to allow everything to speak to each other, to project everything in our church service, as well as to send everything to Facebook. Now, as I said, these are 2 free programs. In this section, I'm just going to briefly introduce you to them and explain a little bit about how they work. However, if you stick around for parts 4, 5, and 6, in those sections, I will discuss in detail how to download these programs, how to set them up, and how to use them to run your service and to live stream your service to Facebook. So the 2 programs that we're going to be using for this is VideoSom and OBS Studio. Now, these 2 programs serve 2 different purposes. VideoSom is a free worship service program. It basically is an all-inclusive program to run your entire church service. You can run your graphics, you can run your videos, you can run your songs, you can run your song lyrics, you can display scriptures. And the beautiful thing I like about VideoSom is it allows you to make use of a video feed as well, which is obviously important so that the people on Facebook can actually see us while we're preaching and while the service is going on. There are many other free worship programs out there. However, from what I've seen so far, none of them allow the video feed source like VideoSom does, which is why I particularly love VideoSom. And the beautiful thing is it's completely free, no strings attached, no adverts, nothing. It's an absolute blessing to the body of Christ. So there's obviously free worship programs, and then there's also various paid ones as well, which some of them do allow you to have video sources and stuff like that. But once again, it's paid. And what's the purpose of this video? To teach you how to live stream your church service like a pro, but with a budget, without having to go and spend thousands of rands on software and programs and hardware and equipment and all these kinds of things. That's the purpose of this video, which is why I've specifically chosen VideoSom, because it's completely free and it does pretty much everything that we need it to. So that's the first program. So the second program that we're going to be using is called OBS Studio. And OBS Studio is a very commonly used free software for live streaming. It's got a massive variety variety of applications. And for this video, or for this how-to, we're basically going to just be using OBS Studio to capture the video and audio sources from our church service and send them to Facebook. So OBS Studio, as I said, has a variety of sources. However, we're just going to simply be using it to send the necessary signals from our church to Facebook Live. So let's take a quick look at the two programs that we're going to be using. So this is our first program, Video Psalm. This is obviously the basics. It's got nothing in it, nothing set up yet. However, if you stick around for section 4 and 5, I will show you in detail how to get this correctly configured and how to set up your church's agenda in the agenda section over here so that you can run your entire church services projections through Video Psalm. It really is a wonderful program. And then the second program that we're going to be using, as I've mentioned, is OBS Studio. Now this once again is just the basics of OBS Studio, what it looks like once you've installed it and downloaded it. And in section 6, I will explain in details how you can install it, how you need to configure it and set it up. And in section 7, I will share with you how you use OBS Studio to go live on Facebook. So that's the basics of the two programs that we're going to be using for our live streams according to the system. As I've said, there are other options available, and if you're more comfortable with using those other options, you're more than welcome to. The beautiful thing about this video is I've created it in such a way that I cover the basics, and if you want to vary from it and experiment with other methods, you are more than welcome to. But this puts the basics and the foundation in place that you will need to successfully live stream your church service like a pro on a nice and tight budget. So thus concludes the section on what equipment you will need to do your live stream. We've spoken about cameras, laptops, projectors, sound desks, cables, as well as the free programs that we're going to be making use of. I'd like to invite you to join me for the next section where I'll be speaking to you about how we can set up our video and our audio to get everything connected up, to get everything speaking to each other the correct way so that we're set up and ready to go for our live stream service. Thank you. Welcome to part 3 of our how-to video. In the previous section, we discussed the various pieces of equipment that we will need to make use of to make our live stream work. In this section, we're going to discuss how to connect the various pieces of equipment up to one another so that they speak to each other in the correct manner for our live stream system. So if you look on the screen right now, you'll see we've got all the various pieces of equipment that I've been making use of on the table. And in this section, we're going to discuss how to link them up. Obviously, the various pieces of equipment and the connections will vary from person to person depending on what you choose to make use of, as well as what equipment you have and the various inputs and outputs you have on the devices. However, for the purposes of this video, I'm just going to show you what we have, what to do based on what I have in front of me. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to connect our sound desk to our laptop and our laptop to our sound desk. So what do we need to make this happen? We need our auxiliary cables. We need 2 auxiliary cables, one from our sound desk to our laptop and another one from our laptop back to our sound desk. So with the first auxiliary cable in hand, I'm going to take it and I'm going to plug it into the rec out ports on my sound desk at the top over here. The position of these will obviously vary depending on what sound desk you're making use of. And then I'm just going to run this cable around the back of the laptop like that. And I'm going to plug this into the microphone port on the side of my laptop. If you've got one port, once again, you'll need to get one of those splitters that splits your one auxiliary jack in your computer to 2 so that you've got a microphone and a headphone jack. We need both of them. So we've now got the sound desk speaking to the laptop via the rec out option on my sound desk and via the microphone input on our laptop. So now we need to grab our second auxiliary cable, which we're now going to run from an auxiliary input on our sound desk. And once again, the position of this may vary depending on the sound desk that you've got, but it's now into the auxiliary input on our sound desk. And once again, I'm going to run it around the back of our laptop. And I'm going to plug it into the headphones jack on our laptop. And the reason for this is so that the sounds that come from our laptop when we play back videos and the like will then speak to the sound desk. So we've now set up our sound desk to speak to our laptop and our laptop to speak to our sound desk. So we've now got our laptop and our sound desk speaking to one another. When we play back a video or an audio file off of our laptop, it's now going to send those signals to our sound desk, and our sound desk will then send them to the speaker system in our church, as well as our sound desk will then send the signals back to our laptop, where our laptop will capture those audio sounds and send it to Facebook. This might sound a little bit complicated, but it's basically a nice setup loop system that allows both the church as well as the audience to hear everything that's going on the sound desk. So now that we've linked the two up, we obviously need to test how they're going to work. So I've got my sound desk, I've linked up a microphone to it, and I've linked up a speaker. Just as an example, with the microphone representing any microphone or audio source that you use in your church for singing or for preaching, and the speaker obviously representing the church's speaker systems. So we've now got everything set up and everything connected, and it's good to go. So now we're going to test if the setup and everything plugged in is working the way that we need to. As I said earlier, one of the programs that we need to make use of for this how-to video or for this video is OBS Studio. So we're going to need to open OBS Studio to test if our sound is working correctly. And I'd like to encourage you, if you don't know how to use OBS Studio yet, to go to section 6 of this video, where I'll show you how you can download it, install it, set it up, etc. However, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit quickly just so that we can do this test run. So with OBS Studio open on your laptop screen, you're going to go down to the bottom here where it says sources, and you're going to click on plus, and you're going to choose audio input capture. And we're just going to click OK. And we're going to make sure that it's set to our microphone, not microphone via DroidCam, not microphone via webcam or whatever, but microphone. And we're going to click OK. Now, we can see that there's a little bit of interference coming in over there on this audio input level. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this little bar down a little bit to get rid of some of that, because chances are if there's that much, there's probably going to be a little bit of feedback, as well as the audio is going to be too loud once we start sending it from the sound desk back to the computer. So we can see it's down now. So on our sound desk, all of our levels are currently at the bottom. There's no sound coming from our sound desk, and you can hear I'm speaking, but you're not seeing it jumping up and down high up here on the bar. And that's because the sound desk is not recording anything, and because it's not recording anything, it's not sending anything to the laptop. So if I go and grab our microphone now and turn it on and start speaking, even though it's on, even though the level is up over here, there's still nothing. Why? Because my main levels aren't up. But if I turn those up, watch what happens. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Okay, so we can now hear from the sound that there is my voice coming through the speaker system, which means as I'm speaking on the microphone, the congregation inside the church service is hearing exactly what I'm speaking. We can see on the sound desk here that it's registering, but if we look over to the computer on OBS Studio, we can also see that as I talk, the audio bar jumps up, which means that it's receiving the signal that I'm talking, which is great. This means that our sound desk is successfully speaking to our laptop, and our laptop is receiving the signals. Once again, as I said just now, you just want to watch these levels over here while you're speaking. You don't really want them to go more than yellow or into the red, or it might even be sitting slightly too low depending on your sound desk and your settings and the like. So if it's going into the red too much while you're speaking, you can just drag this bar here or this slider to the left, and it will take the audio volume down. If it's too low, you can add a gain, but I'm not going to cover that right now. I cover that in section 6 where we speak about setting up OBS Studio. So now we see that our sound desk is successfully speaking to our laptop, and OBS is capturing it, which is great. But now we also just want to make sure that our sound desk is capturing audio outputs from our laptop so that the church can hear it, and so that it once again can be sent back to the laptop for OBS to hear it, to send it to Facebook Live. So I'm currently playing back an audio file on my laptop, and you can't hear it right now. Why? Because our volume once again on the sound desk isn't up. So if they're speaking to each other correctly, the moment I turn my sound up on our sound desk, we should be able to hear that music. And there you have it. We can now hear the music playing on the speaker, which means our congregation and our church service is hearing it. We can then, therefore, our sound desk is receiving the signal. And if we go back to OBS Studio, we can see as the music is playing that this audio bar is once again jumping up and down, which means that OBS is receiving the necessary signals from our sound desk to send through to Facebook Live. So in other words, now everything is speaking to each other correctly. And there you have it. That is how we connect our sound desk to our laptop and our laptop to our sound desk using the two auxiliary to RCA cables. And I've also shown you how you can test to see if it's working using OBS Studio and the audio input capture, as well as playing around with the levels there. In the next section, I'm going to show you how you can connect the church's projector to your computer so that the congregation can see everything that's going on the projector screens in service. And this will also allow OBS Studio to capture that signal and send to our Facebook Live audience so that Facebook as well as our congregation can see what's going on at the same time. Okay, so now we've got our sound sorted out. The next thing that we need to sort out is our video. So in this part, we're going to be speaking about how to connect our laptop to the church's projectors so that the congregation can obviously see the slides and the projections and everything that we need them to. Alternatively, obviously, if your church doesn't have in-church projectors, like I said earlier, just a simple second monitor so that you can output to that monitor so that that monitor can then go to our Facebook audience. So for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm simply going to connect our projector to our laptop using a VGA cable because this is the simplest way to do it and probably the most cost effective as well. However, as I mentioned earlier, if you can do it with an HDMI cable, it is preferable because it just gives you a higher quality video. So to do that, I'm going to be making use of a VGA cable where I'm going to plug one end into my laptop and the other end into the projector. So I'm going to go to the back of my laptop where the VGA port is on this particular laptop, and I'm going to plug it in, and then I'm going to take the other end and I'm going to go and plug it into the VGA input on my projector. Now, this is obviously a simple example with a really short VGA cable. However, if you're running this practically in your church, chances are you're probably going to be making use of a much longer VGA cable to span the distance between your computer and the projectors in church. And once again, it is also an option to make use of an HDMI cable in place of the VGA cable. So now these two cables are set up, they're ready to go. So I'm going to now turn on my projector. And you will obviously then do the same in your church. Okay, so something worth taking note of when you install your projector or your second screen on your computer or your laptop is that you need to set the projector or the second screen up to be an extension of your primary monitor. So the way to do this is quite simple. Generally speaking, by default, when you plug a new device into your laptop or computer, it defaults it to replicating or cloning the screen onto the second screen or the projector, which isn't what we want. We want it to be extended. So the way to fix this is simply to go to your desktop, right click, go down to display settings, and then you'll see rearranging your displays. Now you can see here it's showing 1, 2, which basically means that it is cloning our first screen onto our second screen or projector, which isn't what we want. So you need to browse down to where it speaks about multiple displays. And you can see here it says duplicate these displays. Click on the drop-down menu and say extend these displays, and then keep changes. Now, if you browse up, you can see it's showing display 1 and display 2 separately. And this is also where you can select the second screen, which is your projector or your second screen. And you can then also go down and change the resolution for this, which can sometimes be quite important to do in order for our software to receive the correct signals as well as the correct aspect ratio for our live stream video. So you basically need the display resolution to be some form of 16:9 aspect ratio. So that will usually be 1920 by 1080, as you can see here, or it can also be 1280 by 720. Those are usually your two 16:9 aspect ratio resolutions. Your projector might not be too happy with you when you do this. However, when you do this, as I said, it means that our software will be receiving the correct aspect ratio signal for our output to Facebook Live. So it's important that we take note of this, and it's important that we do this. Otherwise, we're going to have problems later on when we're setting up our live stream. So we've now set up our projectors or our second screen to be an extension of our main screen, which allows us to work on our main screen. And then the second screen is what the people see inside the church and the people see on the live stream as well. So that they're not seeing what we're doing, they're only seeing the projection. So now we have successfully set up our sound, we've successfully set up our video output, and the next thing that we need to set up now is our video capture or our video input coming from our cameras. So this setup will now vary depending on what setup you're wanting to make use of for the cameras. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to cover using a webcam, using a cell phone with Droid Cam, and I'm going to cover using my handy cam, which you can see there. So the first thing we're going to cover is our webcam. You can see I've got my Hikvision webcam on the table there, and over here is my USB extension cord. I'm not going to unroll it and stuff for the purposes of this video, but just simply plug it in. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to plug the male from the USB extension cord into a USB port on the laptop. And then we're going to take our webcam, which this one you can see has quite a nice long cable, and we're simply going to plug the USB from the webcam into the female port of the USB extension cord. And once we do that, you can see the lights just come on, which means our camera is now going, and you can see on the desktop that it's also setting it up. So we know that our computer is now speaking to the camera and the camera is speaking to our computer, which is what we want at the end of the day because we've now registered it as a video source. So once our device is set up, as you can see on the screen right now, we then need to go and open VideoSOM to see the video source or to see from the video source. Okay, so we can now see that VideoSOM is open. So to check our video source, we're going to go to the top right over here where it shows the little video camera, and we're going to click on the drop down, and you can see there it shows our Hikvision camera. So we're going to select that. Once we have selected that, we're going to turn our camera on so that we can see that VideoSOM is receiving it correctly. So when we turn it on, you can now see down here it's clearly capturing our video from our Hik camera that's sitting over here on the side. So we've successfully connected our camera. Next, I'm going to show you how we use a similar setup to set up our cell phone, as well as show you how to configure Droid Cam on your computer, as well as your cell phone, so that the two can speak to one another and work exactly the same as a webcam. As I said, a webcam is nice and easy because it's plug and play. However, the cell phone's a little bit more complicated because of the programs and the extra setup that's required. But once it's set up, it basically works exactly the same as our webcam. Okay, so in this section, I'm now going to be showing you how to set up your cell phone as a video camera source for your live stream. As I said earlier, this isn't as simple as making use of a webcam where it's just plug and play. However, once you've got the settings right and you've got everything set up, this is quite convenient because everybody obviously already has a cell phone. I apologize if the video and audio for this one is slightly different to the previous ones due to the fact that I'm using my cell phone in this example. Obviously, I'm making use of other camera and audio sources to put this video together. So for this video, we're going to need the basics. We're going to need our laptop, a cable to connect our laptop to our phone, and our Android smartphone. So what we're going to do first is we need to get the Droid Cam app on our cell phone, which is relatively simple and straightforward. You can find it in the Play Store. So if I pull my camera into the shot here, we can see that I've got Play Store open, and we just search for Droid Cam. Now there's a couple of different options: Droid Cam for OBS, Droid Cam X, which you can see I've already got installed. Droid Cam X is the professional paid version of Droid Cam. If you could want to buy this, it's a handy feature to have. The Droid Cam X, it's not that expensive, and the nice thing about having the professional version of Droid Cam is it allows you to use your camera with high definition quality, whereas the free version, which is this one up here, Droid Cam Webcam for PC, only allows you to use your camera in low definition. So for the sake of this video, we're just going to use the free one. So I'm going to click it and I'm going to say install, and it's then going to download and install onto my phone. Now, while we're waiting for that to happen, I'm going to go over to the computer and I'm going to install Droid Cam on the computer as well. So I'm going to open up Windows, I'm going to open up a web browser, and we're going to Google search Droid Cam. Now, if you go down here, you can see it says Droid Cam for Windows. So I'm going to click on that, and we're going to download Droid Cam, and it'll download onto your computer. And once it's downloaded, you can click it and install it. I've already got it installed on my computer, so I'm not going to go and change anything, but you can just follow the default installation settings to download and install Droid Cam on your computer. Now, once you've installed Droid Cam and opened it, you'll be faced with this screen here, which might look a bit intimidating, but don't get too stressed out about it. We're going to cover that in a second. So we can also see on the cell phone that Droid Cam is now installed. So I'm going to click open on the phone. Sorry, just my antivirus on my phone pulling up stuff. So you can see we've now installed it, and it tells you a little bit about how it works and all that kind of stuff. Allow Droid Cam to take pictures and record videos, yes, while using this app, as well as audio, because we need these options. So now Droid Cam is open on our phone. So the next thing that we need to do is now connect our phone to our laptop. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to take our USB cable over here, and I'm simply just going to plug it into one of the USB ports on my laptop. And then this is a C-type cable because my phone uses C-type. And then I'm going to plug it in the bottom over there. Now, by default, it obviously wants to charge the phone and all that kind of stuff. However, this is where things get a little bit more complicated, because it is possible to use your phone with Droid Cam over a network, as it's saying over there, but that's not what we want, because I've discovered from this that there is a little bit of lag when this happens. It's jittery, and it doesn't look that great. So the way we're going to set this up now is we have to set it up to work via USB. So to do that, we're just going to minimize this. We're going to go into settings, and we now have to enable developer options, which you can see at the bottom of my screen there. However, this isn't enabled by default on your computer. So the way to do this is to click on About Phone, Software Information, and browse down to Build Number. Now, if I tap it, because I've already got developer option enabled, you can see that pops up. However, to enable developer options on your cell phone, you need to tap that 7 times, and it'll enable developer options in your phone, and it'll tell you that it's been enabled. So once it's enabled, you're going to click on the back button, back again, and then you will see developer options is now available on your phone. So you're going to select it. Now, please, I want to say, don't fiddle with much here, because you can really mess up your phone if you fiddle around with these settings. All we want to do is enable USB debugging. So we're going to browse down, and there you can see it, USB debugging, and we're simply going to enable it. And we're going to click OK. Now you can hear my phone has reconnected on the computer. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to open up Droid Cam. And now we've got Droid Cam open. Now I'm going to leave that there for now. On the computer, we're going to change it over to the USB mode. And then we're going to hit this refresh icon over here. Now, you can see on the phone, it's asking allow USB debugging. I'm going to tick that because we always want to allow it from this computer, so we don't have to do it every time. And I'm going to click allow. And it's asking again, I'm going to click allow. Okay. So it's now set up for USB debugging. I'm just going to refresh it again on this side. Just give it a bit of time. Okay, and now you can see this has appeared here on the screen, which basically means it's my phone. Now all we need to do is click start. And as soon as I do that, you can now see that my cell phone video is now appearing in DroidCam. You can see it's working there. So we've now officially set up our phone for DroidCam. So the steps for this is pretty straightforward. All you need to do is have the cell phone, the laptop, and the USB cable. Then what we need to do is download DroidCam onto our cell phone, download the DroidCam Windows client onto our computer. Then we need to connect the two with the USB cable, enable USB debugging on our phone as I showed you, and then open up the DroidCam app on both the phone as well as the computer. And once we've done this, we just need to then connect the two. So I've shown you step by step how we can connect the phone as a webcam video source, and you can see it's working perfectly. Okay, and next we need to open up VideoSOM just to make sure that this camera source is actually working correctly and that it's registering on our VideoSOM. So once VideoSOM is open, we're going to go up to the top right where the camera is. We're going to click the drop down menu and we're going to choose DroidCam. Now you're just going to have to play around with it to see which one actually works. So once we've selected it, we turn the camera on. Okay, and there we go, first time lucky. So we've got the video source now. So you can see that our cell phone video through DroidCam is now registering as a video source on VideoSOM. Now you will see on the screen that we've got black bars on either side of the screen, and that is because of the resolution that we are doing the video at, and as well as the aspect ratio, and that is because we're using the free version of DroidCam. However, if you've got the pro version, you can obviously change it to an aspect ratio of 16:9, and then it will fill this area out. So if you want to do that, I'm just going to show you quickly how that one works. Okay, so if you've made the decision to rather use DroidCam Pro and get higher quality video from your cell phone, the setup process is exactly the same. You basically install it on your phone. If you've already done the USB debugging, you don't need to go and do it again. You've installed it on your computer, so the process is the same. It's just a different app. So if I go to app, you can see there we've got DroidCam and we've got DroidCam X. DroidCam X is the Pro version. So I'm simply going to open it up over there. And you can see it's basically working exactly the same way. However, there's a slight difference. In the DroidCam app, we need to go DroidCam HD mode. We need to say yes. And then it'll give us the various options over here of what resolution we can use, as well as the aspect ratio, which you can see there, 4:3, 16:9. We obviously want 16:9. I've got it currently set to 1080p, which is quite high, and it works, but I would recommend, especially because Facebook Live is usually at 720p, I would recommend using 720p rather, especially if you're running a slower computer, because the higher the resolution, the more resource intensive it's going to be. So you can then obviously by default it'll be set there. You can change it to 720p. Just make sure it's the 16:9 option, and then say okay, restart my computer, and it'll then restart your computer with those settings configured. I'm not going to do it now though, but you can restart your computer in this case, and then obviously go and restart DroidCam as well. And when you've restarted DroidCam, it'll by default open DroidCam Pro in the high resolution settings, which you obviously wanted to have, as well as the 16:9 settings, which is a big bonus in terms of resolution and in terms of the aspect ratio. So I've now got DroidCam open again after my computer is restarted, and I've connected it all up. It's open on my cell phone. I'm going to click on refresh. And once my phone appears here, I'm going to click start. And as soon as I do that, it's now going to open up DroidCam again. However, now we're looking at the ceiling. So we obviously don't want that. We want the other camera. So to fix that, we need to say stop.
And we need to go back to our DroidCam app, hit that little button over there, and say back camera instead of front camera. And then we go back over to the DroidCam client on our computer, and we start the process again. So with DroidCam Pro or DroidCam Basic, you can obviously use the same settings to change between your front and your back camera. You can see there now we're using the back camera and it's really good quality. And if we go back to video SOM, we just make sure that the right camera is selected again. We turn it on, and there you can see we've got a much higher quality video camera going on there, and it's perfectly filling out the entire space of that, which is the 16:9 aspect ratio. So there you have it. That's pretty much it concerning how to set up our camera or our cell phone as a camera source using DroidCam. As I said, it is a little bit more complicated than using a webcam, but if you don't want to go and spend the money on a webcam, or you don't have another camera available, this is the most available option. It's just obviously a little bit more difficult to set up. If you missed something, or if you're struggling with something, maybe go through the instructions again. I've tried to lay it out as simply as possible. And if you're still not coming right, please feel free to contact me via email, and I'll gladly try to help you out as best I can to make sure that your DroidCam and your cell phone and your video SOM and everything are speaking to each other correctly. So thus concludes our section on using your cell phone with DroidCam as a video camera source. In the next section, I'll be sharing with you how we can make use of a video capture card and a external pro camera, be it a handy cam, DSLR, or professional studio camera as a video camera source. Okay, so now I'm going to show you an example of how we can use our handy cam in this case, or alternatively a DSLR or a professional in camera to connect it to our laptop. For the purpose of this video, I'm just showing you with the handy cam because it's probably the most simple one to use and the cheapest one as well. However, if you want to make use of a DSLR or a professional studio camera, you can obviously make use of the same cable and connection. You'll obviously just need to work out the various settings on your device to make sure that it's doing it the correct way with the correct aspect ratio, with all the display screen settings turned off and the like. So in order to be able to connect a professional end camera, be it a handy cam, DSLR, or a professional studio camera, we're going to need, as we discussed earlier, a video capture card, an HDMI cable, and an HDMI to an HDMI mini adapter to be able to connect it to the camera. So you can see that set up right now. Video capture card, HDMI cable into the adapter, and the adapter is going to go into the camera. So first things first, we're going to plug the video capture card into a USB port on our laptop. And as we do that, you can see there it says setting up video capture card. So we're just going to wait a second for that to happen. And while that is happening, we're going to take the other end of this cable and plug it into our handy cam. So I've just turned the handy cam on there, and here is our HDMI output over there. So I'm simply going to plug this into the HDMI output. Now, you can see there, it's now set up and ready to go, which is great. So once again, we're going to open up video SOM, as you must do every time you add a new video source. You need to close and reopen video SOM for the purpose of it probably won't recognize it as a video source if you've opened video SOM first and then plugged it in. So please plug in your video source before opening video SOM, otherwise they're not going to speak to one another. Okay, so now that video SOM is open, we need to go and select our video source from the drop down, and we need to go for USB 3 capture. So we've now selected our video source, and we're now going to turn it on again by pressing the camera. So now you can see we've got our video feed there, and it's got a beautiful image of the back of the projector. However, we've got a problem. You're seeing that there is all the on-screen display stuff there, and we want to get rid of it. Now, this will obviously vary depending on whatever camera that you're using. The reason I like this Canon one is it's relatively simple. So we're going to simply click on the home icon. We're going to click on other settings. We're going to click on that one over there. And then where it says output on-screen display, we're going to click on it, and we're going to change it to off. And you'll see now it's gone.
So the nice thing about the setup is it basically mirrors whatever is on your camcorder or your video camera screen. And you can now see we've got a beautiful video output there. If I pick the camera up, you can see it's all working nicely. The autofocus is working. Even the zoom is working nicely for us there. So that is particularly why I like the camera option, because it allows us to zoom in and zoom out. And like I said, it replicates the screen. And because this one is 16:9, we don't have any aspect ratio problems. As you can see, it's all working perfectly. Now, this concept, once again, will work irrespective of what camera you're on, in the sense of it'll mirror the image on the screen. However, what its outputs to VideoSOM will depend entirely on the camera that you're using. And so those are the basics of the various video cameras that we can use and the methods of connecting them to our computer as a video source for our live stream. In this next section, I'm going to show you how we can use multiple cameras to be displayed. So how do we display multiple camera feeds for our live stream? The answer is quite simple. With VideoSOM open on your computer, with your camera sources connected, as you can see here, I've got the Hikvision webcam as well as my handy cam. And if we click on the drop-down menu here in VideoSOM, you can see both the Hikvision camera and the video capture card, which is for the camera. So to change it, we simply just change it in the settings. So if I turn the camera on, you can now see we're seeing the image through the Hikvision camera at the moment. And now if I want to change it to the handy cam, it's as simple as clicking the drop-down menu and clicking USB 3 capture. And when I do this, you can see it changed to the image that's coming through our handy cam. However, it was a bit choppy. It wasn't a smooth transition. So to do that again, we simply just click on the drop down, click on the other camera, and you can see it changes. And so you can change your video source like that. You can even use the built-in webcam, although I don't recommend that because then you're going to see your sound guys on the screen. But you can literally just change your source by changing the items in the drop-down menu. So thus concludes section 3 of this how-to video, where we've discussed setting up our video and our audio feeds. In this section, we've discussed how to connect to our sound desk, how to connect up our second screen or our projector, and we've discussed the various camera sources that you can use, how to connect those camera sources up, as well as how to use multiple camera sources all together at the same time while we're doing our live stream. I want to encourage you to stick around for section 4 of this video, where I will be introducing you to our first free program, VideoSOM. I'll be showing you where you can download it, how you can set it up, install it, and all these kinds of things. So I thank you for joining me for the section. I'll see you in the next one. Hi there family, welcome to part 4 of our how-to video. In this section, we're going to be discussing the first program that we're going to need in order to do our live stream services. And that program is a program called VideoSOM, which is an awesome program created by a team of wonderful individuals that are an absolute blessing to the body of Christ, because this program is completely free of charge, no strings attached, and it has almost all the functionality of well-known programs like Easy Worship that you have to pay a lot of money for, and it's completely free. This program can be used to run the media of your service from A to Z with videos, images, PowerPoint presentations, scriptures, Bibles, lyrics, songs, videos, all these kinds of things. And the beautiful thing is that it also has a camera feed, which is what we're going to need for our live stream. So this is a really awesome program. And I'd just like to give a shout out to the creators of this program for creating such a wonderful program and being a blessing to the body of Christ. So first things first, we're going to need to download this program. For this, I want to ask you to please open a web browser, any browser except Google Chrome. For some reason, Google Chrome does not like to download the program. So for the purposes of this illustration, I've opened Microsoft Edge. Please go to google.com, and in the search bar, we are going to type in VideoSOM. and we're just going to click on Video SOM download, and we're going to go to this first tab here which says download Video SOM, and it'll take us to the page. As you can see here, it does tell us it does not work with Chrome, but it does tell you which browsers it works with. So this is the page, and we're simply going to click download. When we click download, our download will begin at the top here. As you can see, it's currently downloading onto the computer. It is a large file. It is 200 megs, so it might take a while to download depending on your download speed. But obviously, as soon as it's finished downloading, it'll then be ready to install. Okay, and as you can see, it's now finished downloading, so we can click Open File to begin the installation. As soon as we do this, we can actually close the web browser because we don't need it anymore. So the installer is open. We simply just do the default. We click Next, Accept, Next, leave that where it is, and install. Now, because it's a large file, this installation process can take quite a bit of time. So just, click it and leave it to do its thing, and wait a couple of minutes for the download or for the program to finish installing on your computer. Okay, so Video SOM has successfully installed on our computer. As soon as it's finished, it will open up this web page in the background here. I want to encourage you to keep that web page open, as there is a lot of useful information on it for Video SOM. As a matter of fact, there are a whole bunch of how-to videos. If I go here, you can see video tutorials. It tells you how to add Bibles and all these kinds of things. So keep this page open, because these videos are relevant and I believe that they'll help you, and they're nice and comprehensive. I'm going to run through the various elements in this how-to video. However, for extra information or for extra clarity, you can watch these. If you click on this here, it'll open up YouTube, and it'll literally show you the list of how-to videos on the side here that you can go and browse through, of how to add the various things and work the various things. And it's created by the creators of Video SOM. It is very, very helpful. So keep this page open, as I believe that it'll help you. And then now we're going back to the installation wizard. This is the final page that we get. Click Launch Video SOM and say Finished. And it'll then open up Video SOM on your computer. Okay, so when we open Video SOM for the first time, you can see now that it is what we get. I just want to close these over here. Now, this is the default page that we get when we open up Video SOM, and it may look complicated. And Video SOM is a little bit more complex, and the interface is a little bit more difficult than programs like Easy Worship. But once you get the hang of it, it's actually so easy and so straightforward. So in this, I'm going to show you how step by step we can go setting it up. But like I said, please keep that link handy, because in those videos, the guys from Video SOM do also show you these things maybe a little bit slower or in a bit more depth than what you need. So first things first. You can see here, we've got an agenda, we've got songbooks, Bibles, and then all of these is our editing areas and stuff like that. This is the slide, and this here is our video output area. And then these things here on the side are also quite important. This little mode here is the editing mode, which we're in at the moment. If I close that, you can see it goes to a much simpler interface. This interface that we've got here at the moment is what we're going to use when we're running our church service. However, for setting it up, we need the editing tab to be open. This little tab here is your present tab. So basically that is what is going to be projecting. So if I unclick that, it'll switch Video SOM projection off. Whereas if I click it on, whatever we're pushing through Video SOM will then project onto the church's projector, and inevitably as well as our live stream, which we'll be discussing later. So then some of the other things to take note of here is this one here that displays text and hides text, and this one that switches the screen between black and whatever it is you're using. And then this one here at the top is important as well, because that is our live video stream setting. However, we're going to get to those just now. The first thing I'd like to show you is how to import songs and how to import Bibles. So if you click in this empty space over here, it will open up the import assist, and it'll give you a bunch of preset songs. songbooks that we can download, and there's a whole bunch in a variety of different languages. This is one of the things I like the most about Video Psalms, is how it comes complete with all of these songbooks and all of the Bibles and all that kind of stuff, and how it's so simple and easy to download them and integrate them. So I've browsed down to English, and I'm just going to click on this big songbook collection and import it. And you can obviously go and click on more and stuff like that, but and it has a variety of songs, but it's simple enough with the songbook to also be able to add your own songs and stuff like that, your own scriptures, your own lyrics, all these kinds of things. But I'll show you that in a later stage in this how-to video. So at the moment, we're just importing that big songbook collection, and it has a whole bunch of songbooks. And how to use the songbook selection, I'd like to encourage you to go and check out the how-to videos on this by the guys at Video Psalm, as they're going to discuss it in more details. Now we've imported it, and you can click here, and you can literally see that there's like well over 2,000 songs on this list. And simply, if you're looking for a cool song, a specific song, you can just start typing it in the search bar there. You can see now, if you've typed it in, there is a whole bunch of different songs that will come up, and you can just choose the song. But more on that at a later stage. So now we've imported our first songbook. Now we need to import some Bibles. So you click on the Bible tab, and once again, click in the empty space, and it'll open the Bible importer. Once again, you can see all the various languages that we've got here. We've even got Afrikaans over there. How cool is that for us South Africans? And if you browse down, okay, let's go a little bit faster. We'll eventually find the English area. I think I've gone past it. Okay, here's the English area. So here's the English area, and you can see that there is a large variety of English Bibles that we can download. So I'm just going to select a couple of them, some of the more commonly used ones. So we'll choose maybe the Amplified Bible, the King James Version, the NIV, the New Living Translation, the Message, and the Passion Translation. Oh, and I forgot to get ESV as well. Okay, so these are just some of the Bibles. Depending on what translations you like to use, you can obviously select them, or the translations that people in your church more commonly use, you can download those. However, it's not a train smash if you forget them. It's easy enough to download more at a later stage. So once you've selected the Bibles that you want, you simply click Next. It shows you the Bibles you want to download. You click Next, and it'll start downloading them onto your computer. Once again, I'd recommend going and watching the Video Psalm how-to tutorial on this, because it just explains all of these things in more depth for you of how you can download and install them and set them up and all that kind of stuff. And in a minute, I'm going to show you how you can add additional translations if you've missed something. So we're just going to click Finish. We can now see we've got the various translations there. It's got the Old Testament and the New Testament, and he has the various books. So if, for instance, I'm looking for Mark chapter 16, verse 15, we can click it like that. And now we can see it here, but this is the Amplified. So I want to maybe change it to the New Living Translation, and I click it, and voila, there's it in the New Living Translation. So more on that at a later stage of how we can add scriptures and all of these things to our agenda, which is basically our service running order. So we've added these Bibles, but now you've maybe missed a Bible translation that you want to add. It's not a train smash. All you have to do is make sure editing mode is enabled. And you go to the up top here, and you click on the Edit tab, Import, Next, and you say Import Bible, Next, from the Video Psalm Online Library, Next, and you can then go back to this and choose the translation that you want to download. So it shows you with this little tick of the ones that you've already downloaded. So say, for instance, we now want to go and add the contemporary English version. We can now click there. We can see it hasn't been downloaded yet, so we just click next. It tells us we want to import it, next. And once again, it will download, and you'll see now it appears here. We now have our extra translation. It's as simple as that. So that's how we add extra translations and stuff, if you want to add extra translations in the Bible. Now, the next thing I want to show you, family, is how the scriptures as well as the song lyrics are going to project. So if you pull up any random scripture from wherever you feel like it, what you're seeing here on the screen is effectively how the scripture is projecting on your projector. So I'm personally not a fan of this default layout. So there's an easy way that we can go and fix this. So firstly, you need to click on the Bible tab, okay? Just the Bible tab. And then we're going to make sure text is selected up here, and we've got all of these options. Now you can see it speaks about header fields and footer fields. Now, personally, this is how I like to set it up. Take out all the fields there and take out all the fields in the footer. Once again, for more on this, please go and watch the video Psalm how-tos. They speak about all of these things in a little bit more depth than me. Now, I don't like to have a header personally. I prefer to have everything in the footer. Okay, so setting up the footer as the default way I like to do it, we're going to say insert field. And we're first going to say book name because we're reading it out of Matthew. Then we're going to go chapter. Then we're going to add a colon in there, and we also want to make sure that there's a space between there. And then after the colon, we're going to have another space. And then we're going to insert verse. So now you can see it says Matthew 7:7. We're going to put another space in there. And then we're lastly going to go for the Bible abbreviation. So you can see now at the bottom here, we're reading from Matthew chapter 7, verse 7 from the New Living Translation. And if you want to, you can exclude these spaces so that it looks a little bit more compact. So once you've set up your footer that way, we're going to go to the top here and we're going to click save. We're going to click on edit and we're going to click save. And then we're going to go back to the text field. Okay, now because we've clicked on the Bible tab, this is by default how every Bible verse will appear on our projection. So we've set the footer. However, I'm not happy with the size of the footer. It looks too small. So we're going to click up at the top here, footer style, and we're going to change the size from 23 to about 60. Now you can see it's bigger, it's more legible. So we've selected footer, and we can change the various things. We can change the alignment, the position, all those kinds of things, but we're going to keep it centered. So because we're going to be running our camera as the projection, we need to create a separation between the text and the video. So you can change your text color up here. However, I'd recommend leaving it as white. The next one is the text outline. So I would recommend choosing black as it contrasts with the white, and then you're going to pull the width up to about 40. And then we're going to also add a text shadow, once again black, and we're going to pull the blur up to about 25. And all that is going to do is it's going to create a separation between the text and the background so that it's more easy to read. So we've now finished with our footer. So we're once again going to click save, edit, save. Now we're going to go back to text. Now we want to edit the position of our scripture. So we're going to click on here where it says body style. And we're going to center align it because I don't like it left aligned like that. And here is the position. It says vertically aligned. We want it at the bottom with our text, with our scripture reference. I'm happy with the size of 70. If you want to up it, you can up the size. And once again, for this, we're going to need to add a text outline. You can maybe push this one up a bit. Let's push that to 60. And we're going to add a shadow. And we're just going to make that about 25 again. Like I said, this is just a nice effect that allows us to keep separation between the two. And we're simply going to click save at the top, edit, save. So that's how we change how the text displays in our scriptures and in our Bible verses. You can obviously go and change it to settings that you're comfortable with. Once again, for more details on the section, I would recommend going and watching the official Video Psalm how-to videos, as they say it in more depth. And the same thing basically applies to our songbooks. So if we now click on songbooks, just make sure songbook is selected. Don't change anything else. Let's just open up a random song. Okay. So there's a random song, and I'm just going to open up a random verse on our screen here. But once again, we need to go back and click songbooks to make sure that songbooks is selected, because now we're going to edit the various items here. So this isn't how I like the setup. So by default, we're just going to delete all the fields there. And we're now going to insert some new fields here. Song title. And song author. And once again, we're going to put a space between the two. It's just a nice thing to keep in there. So we've now got our footer correct. Now we want to edit it again like we did earlier. We're going to click footer style. We're going to change this maybe up to about 40. And maybe to make it more interesting, we can add some brackets around that just to make it look cooler. And we can even go and italicize it. So now we've set our footer, we're happy, we click save, edit, save, and we go back to the text tab. Now we want to edit how our lyrics appear. We're not happy with them at the top, we want them at the bottom. So we click on body style, and we change the vertical alignment to the bottom. And we're happy there. Now, once again, we want to add a outline, and we're pretty much going to go the same as we went earlier. And a drop shadow. And we're happy with that. Save, edit, save, and back to text. Now, as we go through the various songs, as we click on the lyrics, you can see they continuously appear in the same position. Now, you can see there is an animation going on between the various scriptures as I click on the various verses. The way to change that is once again to click on songbooks so that it applies everywhere, and to go to your animations here, and you can choose whichever one of these animations you want. Me personally, I prefer a fade, so it works like that. But like I said, you can change it to whatever you want. Just make sure that you first click the songbook tab and then click the animation so that it applies to all the songs in the songbook. And once you've made that change, click save, edit, save. You always want to make sure that you save so that you don't miss a setting, or so that when you close Video Psalm, it doesn't work properly. So yeah, that's basically how you set up the basic defaults of Video Psalm. We've now imported Bibles, we've imported songbooks, and we've changed how they display. So if you have a songbook, or let's rather go to a scripture, we've got Matthew 7:7, we've got it on the screen. If you are projecting and you want to eliminate it or hide it temporarily because you don't want to leave the scripture displayed on the screen permanently, that is when this display the text comes in handy, because you can just hide it and redisplay it, hide it and redisplay it. Okay, but that's the basics of how to set up these various elements. So once you have finished setting these things up and you've got it how you want to have it, click the edit button And this is then how video psalm will display. Now, this is the better way to, in my personal opinion, to use video psalm during your church service, because it doesn't have all of the extra clutter and stuff like that. So we've got video psalm set up. We've got our Bibles, we've got our songbooks, we've got our text displayed the way that we want to. And now video psalm is officially set up, and it's ready for us to start building an agenda so that we can use it in our service. Thus concludes this section. In the next section, I will be discussing with you how to set up an agenda in video psalm and how to run the agenda. Hi there, welcome to part 5 of our how-to video. In this section, I'm going to be teaching you how to set up an agenda in video psalm and how to save the agenda and how we can add scriptures and lyrics and all these kinds of things. Once again, I'd like to encourage you to please go and check out the original video psalm how-to videos for this section and for everything that you need to learn about video psalm. They've got an extremely comprehensive set of how-to videos as well as blog posts that you can find at this web address here, how-to, and you can see there's a whole bunch of different things here. They've also got the Video Psalm YouTube channel, which has a variety of how-to videos, which you can see over here. So you can see that they've got quite a lot of how-to videos. So for the purposes of this video, I'm going to cover things briefly. However, I would encourage you to go and check out those how-to videos designed by the creators to learn the ins and outs of this program, because it really does have some wonderful features. So the first thing that I'm going to teach you how to add is how to add a scripture or multiple scriptures into your agenda. So if we go over here, we've got the Bibles tab, and if we click it, you'll see that it opens up the various Bibles, and you can see we've got the various translations over here that we've imported. You can import any translation you want from the import section, and to do that, once again, we just click on the edit icon over there. We click on edit at the top and we say import. So this is how to import additional translations of the Bible if you've already imported some and perhaps a guest speaker is coming and they like to use a different translation. So you click import, next, import a Bible, next, using the online library, next. And we just give it a second while it loads. It's basically going to load the list of the different translations as well as the different languages, as you can see here. So we're going to just browse down to English quickly. Now we can see the ones that we've already downloaded over here. So I'm going to add one extra translation just because we've now got a guest speaker that's come to speak at our church, and he perhaps wants to speak from the Good News translation. So we simply click on it, make sure it's ticked, as well as any other translation that you might want to add there. And then you simply say next, next, and it'll then import the Bible into video psalm and it'll store it there. So it's not like it's going to be something that's going to disappear and you have to redo it every time you load video psalm. No, it's stored on your computer and it's there to stay unless you choose to delete it and so on. Okay, and once it is finished, we will see this screen and we can say finished, and we can now see the new translation is added in on the end over here. I'm just going to go out of the import tab and back to our standard running order. So we've got a speaker coming and he's going to be speaking at our church, and the portion of scripture that he's given us in advance is James chapter 1, or from James chapter 1. So the way to find that is we obviously choose the translation first. So we're going to choose James chapter 1 from the New Living Translation. So you're going to select the New Living Translation or whichever other translation you want or has been specified. And then you can see here it's divided into Old Testament, New Testament. So we know that James obviously comes from the New Testament. So we're going to click New Testament. We're going to find James and we're going to click it. And then we're going to click over here as now chapters and here's verses. So we're going to click chapter 1. Now the speaker has said that they want to share James chapter 1 verses 2 to 4 from the New Living Translation. So you're going to click on verse 2, you're going to hold shift in and you're going to click on verse 4, and you can see that it selects all 3 verses over there, and you're going to simply click the add button. and it will then add those verses to your video psalm agenda, as we can now see up at the top over there. And the second portion of scripture that they've told us that they'd like to read from is James chapter 1, once again from the New Living Translation, but from verses 12 to 14. So you click 12, hold shift, and press 14, and it selects the 3 verses, and once again you simply click add. We now have our scriptures for the sermon that is going to be spoken, and obviously as the speakers or as you yourself maybe present or prepare your message, I would recommend in advance giving your sound desk a list of the scriptures as well as the translation that is from, just so that it's easier for the media desk to load these things before the service starts, so that it's in the agenda, that it's ready to go, that they don't have to run around and find the individual scriptures while you're speaking. But it's also possible to do that while you're speaking if you perhaps spontaneously want to share a scripture that you haven't given to the sound desk. The sound desk simply can type it in over here. So say, for instance, we want to now share John 3:16. So we're just going to type in John, and you can see it pulls up John, and we're going to hit 3. And now you can see it pulls up John 3 over here, and we're going to choose verse 16 by selecting it there, and we're going to say add. Now we've added that from the New Living Translation. Maybe you want to compare it to the Amplified Translation. So simply click Amplified. Once again, just click verse 16 and click add. Now you can see it's added the different translations. So we've got the different translations going there, and it's something that the sound desk can do on their own, on the go, but I'd still recommend helping them make it a bit easier for them and giving them the agenda beforehand. So that's basically how we can add the various scriptures to our agenda, and you can see it puts them here. And once the once the scriptures have been added, you can also move them around. So maybe I want to take the New Living Translation of John 3:16 and put that at the top, and I want to take James chapter 1 and put that at the bottom, and you can see it saves it in the order that you adjust it to. So that's basically how we add various scriptures, and this can work for one portion of scripture, and it can work for many portions of scripture as well. It can work for 1 verse, and it can work for 10 verses. And it's quite simple to display the verse. All the sound desk has to do is click on the verse there, or even double click it. And as you can see on the screen over here, it appears. And when it appears here, if you've got your video psalm in presentation mode, this will consequently also appear on the projectors. So we've got that. It's good to go. And it's there. So now that's easy for 1 verse, but what happens when we've got multiple verses like this James chapter 1? So they click on James chapter 1 and the selected verses appear over here. So as you start speaking, we're going to be reading from James chapter 1 verse 2. They simply click on the first one, and as you continue reading, consider it an opportunity for great joy. Verse 3, for we know that when your faith is tested, your endurance has a chance to grow. Verse 4, so let it grow. For when your endurance is fully developed, you will be perfect and complete, needing nothing. And that's basically how they can display the scriptures. And then a nice way to work the scriptures as well is about 5 to 10 seconds after you finish speaking on the scripture is for the media guys to hide the scripture. And the way to do that is simply to use this button over here, which says display text. So simply click that and the text will go away. And if you suddenly start referring to verse 4 again, all they have to do is click it again, and the last verse that was selected will come back up, and then they can hide it again, and so on and so forth. So that's how we add scriptures and work scriptures in our agenda. The next thing I'm going to discuss is how we can add various graphics to our agenda. So the way to do that is we're going to go over to the agenda over here, and we're going to click on the plus. And it's going to say add a document. Now you can see I've already got a folder, video psalm files, which have all of my various elements in it. So I'm going to click on graphics, and you can see I've got 3 different graphics there. So the first thing I want to do is to import the Christ's Heartbeat logo or your church's logo so that you've got it in the agenda. Now I'm not happy with the position that it's in, so I'm just going to drag it up to the top because I want to display our logo when our live stream starts. So there it is. All they have to do to pull up that logo or to pull up the graphic is simply to double click it. Now I want to add the other 2 files that were there as well. So we're going to do that one, and I'm going to hold in control and press that one. And there you have it. Both have been added. Once again, I'm not happy with the order. So I'm going to pull the From Heaven at 7 advert down to the bottom. And once again, to display the various graphics, all you need to do is just double click on them. and it transitions between the various graphics. As simple as that. So that is how we add graphics. You can add a variety of graphics to your agenda. You can add graphics for whatever you needed to, be it your church logo for the beginning and the end, be it you can have a welcome graphic, you can have a tithing graphic, you can have graphics advertising different sections of the service, you can have one for salvations or for the altar call. And what I'd encourage you to do is to go to a website called Canva, Canva. On this website, you can design your own graphics and your own elements for free, or it's a paid product as well, depending on what option you go for. And it just is a simple and easy way to create graphics for your church that you can then obviously import straight into your video psalm agenda. Next, I'm going to show you how you can add videos to your agenda, and it pretty much works the exact same way as how we've just added the images. And you can simply click on the plus sign again, and we're going to go back because we're in the wrong folder. And here you can see videos. Now I've got a couple of different videos there. I've got the Christ's Heartbeat logo reveal, my YouTube channel's intro, as well as a countdown timer. And a countdown timer is a nice one to have, especially when you are starting your live stream or starting your service. It's nice to have at least a 1 to 2 minute countdown timer at the beginning of your live stream, just so that gives people an opportunity to jump on your live stream before the service actually starts. So what I know a lot of churches do, if their church service starts at 9 o'clock in the morning and they've got a 2 minute countdown timer, at 8:58 they will start the countdown timer and they'll start the live stream, so that consequently when it reaches 9 o'clock the service can begin and you can jump straight into it. But you've had those first 2 minutes to allow people to jump onto the live stream, because sometimes the notification comes through a bit late or whatever, and you don't want them to miss it. Even with my From Heaven at 7 video series, I've got a 30-second countdown timer at the beginning, just to also allow people to jump on before the live premiere message features. So to add these videos, I'm just going to select all by dragging across, and I'm going to say open. And in a second, or there we go, you see they're already in the agenda there. So I'm not happy with the order. So once again, I'm going to grab the countdown timer and I'm going to drag it to just under the logo, because that's when we want it to play. And then right at the end of the service, we want the Christ's Heartbeat logo reveal to happen. So we're going to drag it down to there. And then just before the message starts, we want the YouTube video to play. So once a video has been added to your agenda, it's relatively simple and straightforward to play it. So for example's sake, we're going to play the EML intro video. So to play it, the media desk, all they need to do when it's the appropriate time is double click it. And as you can see, it starts playing automatically, and it stops playing the moment it's finished playing. Now there's these buttons here that you can change as well. You can play it, pause it, as well as adjust the volume if it's too loud. And a media file or a song will work in exactly the same manner if you're using, perhaps MP3 files. You just double click it and it'll start playing like this. And maybe you want background music for when you're praying for people or when it's the altar call. You can simply just adjust this volume key to make sure that it's not too loud on your live stream or your sound desk, but you can obviously also play around with it on your sound desk. It's probably the easiest way to do it at the end of the day. So we've got that there. Now I'm going to go back to scriptures and I'm just going to delete these because they're not actually part of this demonstration. It was more just to show you that you can add them. So now we're starting to get a running order going on here for the service. So now we've added scriptures, we've added graphics, and we've added videos to our agenda. And there are various other elements that you can add to your agenda as well. If you click on the down arrow, you can see them. You can add a slideshow image, you can add a video, you can add an audio, PDF file, PowerPoint, Word document, Excel, and the list goes on, family. Once again, if you want to go and learn how to do all of these individually, I would recommend going and watching the original video Psalm how-to videos as they cover these in depth. These are just the ones that I'm covering that I have used so far. So I wanted to show you those. Okay, so now that we've covered that, I'm going to show you how we can add songs or add lyrics to our agenda. And the way that we do this depends entirely on how your church service runs your worship. Some newer churches or smaller churches, maybe you don't have a band at all, and all you do is play back worship videos. Now, this is something that we can do with VideoSalm. However, before you import those videos into your agenda and before you use them to go live on Facebook, I would recommend first checking out the copyrights of the videos, of the songs, because Facebook can be very finicky sometimes about copyrighted music, and they can sometimes literally end your live stream. I've seen it happen, and we don't want that to happen. So we need to be careful in cases like that. Other cases or other churches I know that maybe have singers but no band will find lyric videos that have instrumental that the singers can sing along to. That's also something that you can once again add to your VideoSalm agenda. Alternatively, if you've got a full band and your band is playing, it's simply enough to add songs to the agenda and then display those songs over your video feed while your service is going on, while the worship and stuff is happening. So first, I'm going to cover the most simple one, and that is basically to add a lyric video, which works pretty much exactly the same way as importing a video. So we're just going to click on plus, and we're going to go back, and you can see I've created a folder of worship here. So this is Raise a Hallelujah, and it's the lyric video. So we're simply just going to import that into our agenda. Once again, I'm not happy with the order that it's in. It's not in the right position. So I'm going to put it right up here just after my countdown timer, because that's the order that it's going to be playing in. And simply to play that video when it's time to start worship, all they need to do is double click it. And as you can see, it's playing right now. However, you can't hear me so well, so I'm just going to drag the volume down a bit just so that you can hear me a little better. But you can see it's playing over here. The sound is playing back, and if we've got it in presentation mode, it'll obviously be exporting the video to our projectors and consequently to OBS to export to Facebook, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So that is how we play back a worship video, whether it be a full worship video like this one, or whether it be an instrumental worship lyric video where you've got singers singing to it. If it's a video, it's as simple as that. You just double click it and it plays. Okay, so that is the most simple way to put forward and play a lyric video. However, if you've got a full band and stuff like that, the lyric video is probably not going to work so well for you. You'd probably prefer to have your band displayed and shown through the live feed, through the camera feed, obviously over there, and rather just display lyrics at the bottom of the screen or wherever you choose to place them. So the way that we're going to do this is by moving over to the songbook tab over here. Now, we've already imported this songbook over here, but maybe there's a new songbook that we want to add. So to do that, it pretty much works exactly the same way as we did when we added the Bibles. So to do that, we're going to click on the Edit tab, and we're going to click on Edit at the top, and we're once again going to say Import. Next. Import a songbook. Next. VideoSalm Online. Next. And it'll come up with the various songbooks that are preloaded into the VideoSalm library. So you can see there's a whole bunch of songs and songbooks that have been loaded here, and they have a large variety of songs. I mean, if you just click on one, it tells you how many songs it's got, and this one's got 461 and so on. So I'm going to choose this one over here because that's the one that I want to add. It's got 377 songs, and I'm going to click on or make that a little tick, and I'm going to say next. And it will then start importing your song library into your VideoSalm. Okay, and once it's complete, it'll once again say import complete, and you can say finished. And now you can see that song library is there. So now we can choose from the variety of songs that are here. And as you can see, there is a lot of them. There is a lot of songs. So some of these are already predefined, which is quite nice. So if you have a specific song that your church is wanting to sing on Sunday and you've imported some of these songbooks, you can use the search tab over here to search for individual songs. If you click on this down arrow, it tells you the different options that you can choose. So I'm going to click on title because we want to look for the specific title of the song. So we can click in the search bar over here. Before I do that, I'm just going to close the edit mode so that we go back to the normal agenda mode. And we're going to go back over here so we know the title of the song, and it's maybe 10,000 Reasons Bless the Lord as per the video psalm example. So we just simply type in Bless the Lord. And you can see the various songs in these agendas that come up. There's our song over there. Here's all the lyrics over here. So we want to add the song to our agenda. So we're just going to simply click add. And you can see it appears over here. Now, the easiest way to display these lyrics at the end of the day, just for the sake of this example, I'm just going to close that over there. So we've got a black screen. So once your worship team starts singing the song, all that needs to be done on the media desk is the media desk needs to click it over here, and to pull up the first chapter or the first set of verses or the first set of song lyrics, they simply click over here and it appears there. And as they go on singing, they simply just click. If they need to go back, they click up, and so on. It's very easy to display. And once again, if they want to hide it, as it is with the scriptures, they simply just click that and it hides it. As simple as that. So that is how we can use the existing song library to import songs into our video psalm agenda. But maybe you're sitting there and you're saying, okay, well, the songs that I want aren't in the video library. It's simple enough. We can go and add our own songs. So in this section now, I'm going to show you how to create your own song as part of the songbooks. And you can do this for as many songs as you want to. So to do this, we're going to first click on the edit tab and we're going to open it up into edit mode. And we're going to click on the left here and we're going to right click and we're going to say, I'm firstly going to say new songbook. And the reason for that is because I'm going to call it my songs, or you can call it whatever you want, church songs, etc. Just so that you've got a separate songbook that is done or that is there for the specific songs that you like to use. And it then makes it a bit easier to find the various songs and so on. So once you've done that, we're just going to click on save up there and you'll see it saves. Ta-da, we've now got our songbook, but it says no songs. So now we're going to add our own song. So to do that, we're just going to right click on the My Songs and we're going to say new song. And it will now open up the editor for a new song. So we're going to call this Raise a Hallelujah. Because that's the song that we want to import. So we've now given it a title. You can see the title appears over here. And now this is where we're going to paste the text for the song. So the easiest way to make our own songs is to see if Uncle Google has the lyrics for us. So we can go and do a Google search. If it's a local song or a song that your church sings, then you might just have to type them out yourselves, which can be a bit tedious, but then you've at least got the lyrics. So we know Raise a Hallelujah is the kind of song that obviously will have lyrics. So we're going to open it up. We're going to type in Google the song and say lyrics, and it'll open it up. And we can see there it comes up straight away, which is nice and easy. So we're just going to see if we can open up the website that has it. And there you have it. You can see all the lyrics and then nicely spaced out and everything. So the way to get them into Video Psalm is to simply click and drag to select all the text right down to the bottom. And you're just going to right click, copy. And then we're going to go back into Video Psalm. We're going to click over here and we're going to right click, paste. Now you can see it's pasted the various or the text that we've just copied. And an important thing to be mindful of when creating the song lyrics, whether you're copying and pasting or typing it out, is these little spaces over here, because these little spaces or line breaks over here basically separate them into different paragraphs or into different slides. So as you're going, you can go and break it up. If you only want maybe 2 lines instead of 4 lines displayed like this, then you simply just click at the end here and you hit enter. And now you've separated it into 2 lines. And then the same here. And you can do that as much as you like. So then you've got your song. It's set up, it's customized, it looks good, and it's ready to go for your church service. So once you've got your lyrics made and sorted out, you simply just click the save button again. and you can see it's saved because it no longer has that little star over there. It means that our progress is saved. So we've now got the song. We've edited the song. We've got it the way that we wanted to. Oh, before that, see, look here, we've got a long thing. Now we don't want this whole big thing to display on our slide. So we're just going to break it up into various sections out of 2 lines again, just to make it look a little bit neater. And then you can see, once again, there's a little star. So we just click save again and it's saved. And then we can exit edit mode. So now we want the lyrics from our song to be put straight into the video psalm agenda. So we simply do that by clicking the add button. And we can see there, once again, it's in our agenda, but now maybe Raise a Hallelujah needs to come before 10,000 Reasons, so we simply just drag it up. Okay, so the song is now in our agenda, and once again, the way to display it is for the sound desk to simply click on the verses as the worship team is singing, and it'll appear there, and then we close it over there. Okay, so now we've got our songs in our song library, and there are various ways that you can display these song lyrics. You can choose to display them by making use of the video feed using this video camera over here, or alternatively, you can add video loops to the background so that, you don't have to display the worship band if you don't want to. And you can set these custom, and that's a pretty cool way or a pretty cool feature. So you can set a different background for each and every video, and you can find a variety of royalty-free video loops. All you have to do is go to YouTube and say worship background video loop or something along those lines, and you can download them and import them into the individual songs, which I'm going to show you how to do now. So for the sake of this video, we're going to click on 10,000 Reasons, and we're going to go into the edit tab. Now you can see it obviously pulls out everything for the song, and it's actually been quite nicely laid out here because it speaks about verse 1, verse 2, chorus, etc. So now we're going to add the background to this video. So we're going to go up here to background, and we're going to go over to video because we want a video loop, and we're going to say import video from your hard drive because we've already downloaded it. And we're going to go find our worship background. There we go. And there you have it. One video imported. So then we're going to select that video as the background. And then we're going to click save. And then when we open the song, now you can see there is a worship video loop playing in the background with the lyrics there. So you can do this for each and every song. You can choose a custom video to display for each song, or alternatively, you can add a universal song by, instead of selecting the song, you select songbooks, then go background and then say video. But my personal preference would be to have a different video for each song because it just looks cool and it changes things up a little bit. And as you can see on the bar over here, the track is playing and it's progressing. Some worship loops are shorter, some worship loops are longer. And when it gets to the end of that, we're going to see what it does now. And as you can see, the video loops itself, so it keeps repeating itself. So if you've got a seamless loop video, it'll do that without causing a glitch or a stutter or anything like that. As it gets to the end of the video, it'll just do its thing. As you can see there, it pretty much continued. There was a slight momentary pause, but it wasn't like an overly obvious jump. So that's how we import certain videos onto certain songs. As soon as we're done with everything, we just click on save, and there you have it. You've got your song with that. So now we want to add another song. So let's just go and choose any random song from here. I'm going to say Above All. We're going to add that to our agenda, and we're going to now go and do the same thing. So we're going to select Above All, We're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to go to background, above all, and we're just going to choose a random video there. So now that video is set, if we start pulling up the lyrics, there you have it. It's all there. Okay, now I'm not happy with how they've got this over here, so I'm simply going to do that. And it just makes it appear a little bit smaller. So now we can see we've got the video background. We've got a video background for above all, and we've got a different video background for 10,000 reasons. And it's really quite pleasant. Remember, whenever we do adjustments like this, we need to click save so that the settings are saved, and then we can exit the editing mode. So now we've got our songs, we've got the different backgrounds for our various songs. And as the song goes on, the media team can just play around with it, as simple as that. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how you can run the song lyrics over the video feed, which is nice, obviously, if you've got a worship band. So for this example, I'm going to be playing back a video of I Raise a Hallelujah being played back, but I'm going to be registering it as a live stream feed. Firstly, I'm going to go up to video, how to add a video feed. I'm going to make sure that my capture device is selected, and then I'm going to turn it on by toggling it on and off. So it's now on. The reason it's black is obviously because nothing is playing. Now I'm going to select Raise a Hallelujah song because I know that that's the song that we're going to sing next on our agenda. And as the song plays, I'm going to start working the lyrics, and you'll see by watching my mouse, by watching the screen, how it all works together. Okay, so while the intro of the song is playing where there's no singing, you can see we've hidden the text because we don't want the lyrics on the screen just yet. And then just before he starts singing, or when he starts singing, we're going to double click on verse 1 to pull it up onto the screens. And then when he gets to the end of verse 1, we're going to single click on verse 2 to move to that verse. And now for verse 3. Now we can use the mouse to move up and down between the verses, or we can use our keyboard up and down arrow keys like I'm going to do now. See there, I just used the down arrow instead of clicking to transition from one verse to the next. Okay, and now there's a bit of music without any singing, so if you want to, we can turn off the lyrics again, and then when they start singing the next verse, we can simply just single click on it, and it'll pull it back up onto the screens for us. And there you have it. Now you've seen how those work. I've stopped the video on the other side, so I'm just going to hide the lyrics down there because we don't want them anymore. So that is how you can display the various lyrics over your video feed. Obviously, as opposed to using the video capture device here, you would use whatever it is that you're recording your church service on, and you can see it displays over nicely. And the beautiful thing is that what we were seeing there, down here, if you've got it in presentation mode, will obviously be displaying on your church's projectors. And if it's displaying on your church's projectors, that'll also be displaying on your live stream. So that is how we do the various methods with the lyrics. As you can see, I've taught you various different methods, and you can use each of these as you see please, as suits your church's worship experience. So we've now got our agenda in order over here. The last thing that we need to do is save the agenda, because maybe we've put this agenda together on Saturday and we don't want to have to go and redo it all again on Sunday. So to do that, all we have to do is click on the Save tab over here. and it will then by default save it to your My Documents with the date over there for the upcoming Sunday service, because just as an example, today is the 26th. However, VideoSom registers that Sunday is going to be the 30th. It's actually really clever, but you can obviously go and change it to whatever you want to, and you simply click save. And then it'll just take a little moment and it'll save. Now, the nice thing about an agenda is that it actually saves all the files as well, all the files that are in it. So you can literally copy that agenda onto a hard drive, take it to another computer with VideoSom and open it, and you don't even have to have the files there on your computer. So that is an advantage of it. A disadvantage of it is if you save multiple agendas, it can, with a lot of files in it, with a lot of videos and stuff in it, it can obviously start taking up a lot of space on your hard drive. So maybe just be mindful of that. After, a month or so, maybe delete some of the old agendas just to save some space on your hard drive, but that's obviously entirely up to you. Okay, family, and there you have it. That's pretty much the ins and outs of VideoSom and creating an agenda, adding items, adjusting the items, etc. In this last section, I just want to show you now how the various items display. So in this white panel here, you can see now I've just added an extra image. That image there is actually a second video that I've added to this video that is a screen capture of our projector. So in other words, everything you see going on over here is what we're seeing on our projector screens, what the people are seeing in the church, as well as when the system is going live, obviously what the people will see live on Facebook as well. And the reason that I've done this is because I just want to show you that there's a slight difference between how things display over here versus how things display on our second screen. So if I double click on the Christ's Heartbeat logo, you can see it displays here, and you can see it displays on the second screen. If I double click on the countdown timer, which is a video, you can see that it displays here and it displays on the second screen. This is all working perfectly. If I double click a song, you can see it displays here and it displays on the second screen. And if I change the lyrics, it does the exact same thing. So this is all fine. It's all working well. However, the complication comes in when we start using our live video stream. So I've added a video source, which is once again just a capture card, capturing the video from another laptop playing back one of my sermons, just so that you can see what it looks like more or less when you've got a camera set up. So I'm going to activate that video feed now. So when I activate that video feed, you can see, even though over here it's displaying our background that we set earlier for this song, you can see on the second screen in this image over here, you can see that things look slightly different. You can see that it's displaying the lyrics, but it's displaying the video feed instead of this blue background that we've got over here. And the way that this works is basically it's dependent upon layer order. If you've ever worked in Photoshop before, you'll understand what I'm speaking about. Even with a book, take a couple of pieces of paper. The top piece of paper is your top layer, and you can't see the pages underneath it because, why? Because the top layer is covering it, and it's exactly like that. So the way things work in VideoSom is that lyrics as well as scriptures are always the top layer. So they will appear over whatever video feed you have in the background. As you can see over here, we've now got a black screen and we've got the lyrics, but on our video feed, we've got the scripture, and on our video feed or on our projector, we've got the video feed as well as the scriptures being displayed there. So things appearing here are slightly different to the way that goes. So as I said earlier, the lyrics and the scriptures will always appear as the top layer. Then the next layer below that is always your video feed. So the lyrics and the scriptures will appear over your video feed. However, everything else, in other words, your graphics, your videos, etc., appear as your third layer. In other words, graphics and videos will appear below your live feed video. So for instance, if I now go and double click the Christ's Heartbeat logo, you can see it displays over here in our panel. However, on our projector screen, it's not there. Why is that? It's because the Christ Heartbeat logo is now appearing as the third layer, which is below our video feed. So in other words, if you want to now go and display what's going on over here, if you've got your video feed on, if you're using a graphic or even a video, you can see we've pulled up the countdown timer. It's displaying over here, but it's still not here. If I turn the sound on, you can even hear the sound. It's just because of the layer order. So in other words, if I want to go and display a graphic like this, while we've got the video feed running, we need to go and physically turn off the video feed. And as you can see, now our graphic is appearing there. If I pull up the video, now our video is appearing there. However, if I go and turn the video camera feed on again, you can see the video continues to play here. However, it's not on our projectors. And if it's not on our projectors, the people in the church aren't seeing it and the people on the live stream aren't seeing it. So that's basically just the way that this works, is layer order. So the highest layer, the layer that will always appear on top of everything, is our scriptures, is our lyrics. The next layer down is always the video feed or the video camera feed, and the layer and everything else then sits below that, your graphics and your videos, etc. So like I said, if you want to display a scripture while the person's preaching like this, it's quite easy. You just double click it like that. It appears like this here, but on our live stream, we can see we've got the video feed and we've got the scripture there as well. If we want to display lyrics, it's exactly the same. However, when we want to display graphics, we have to pull up the graphic first and then turn off the video feed for it to appear. And the same thing happens when we choose to play a video. So if I play this video, you can see it's playing now, but if the video feed is off, it'll appear. If the video feed is on, it's disappeared, even though you can hear it. So to display a graphic, first open the graphic, turn off the video feed, and then to get the video feed back, once you finish speaking about the graphic, simply turn the video feed back on. And the same works with a video. With a video, I'd recommend opening up the video, and then straight away turning the video camera off so that it can display. And as soon as the video is finished, you just turn the video camera back on. So that's pretty much how the various layers display on this system. It all works with the layer order. And as you can see, when I turn the camera on and off, it's a little bit choppy. And sometimes you'll also see, like there right now, you would have just seen the camera flickers. And it does that from time to time, where the camera does in fact flicker. These are all just slight technical faults that exist within the VideoSAM program. I have contacted the developers about this, about the different layers with the video. I've also contacted them about the jumping around in the video, and also, like when you do this, you can see it turns on, turns off. Whereas when you open one graphic after the next, it's got a nice transition. So these are all just little glitches that are existing in the system at the moment that I've contacted the developer about, and I believe that they're going to try to fix these in the upcoming releases. So as you can see, we're currently running version 1.26 of VideoSAM. So maybe by the time you're watching this video, 1.27 or 1.28 or something like that is out. If that is the case, well, that's wonderful. Then hopefully they will have fixed these problems, and what I've just spoken about will obviously then become redundant. But this is the way things are at the moment. We just need to be mindful of this sometimes. You know, the beautiful thing about VideoSAM, as I've mentioned before, is that it's a free program. This program really is a blessing to the body of Christ. You know, it's not some big corporation that's invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into the development of a program and then charge an arm and a leg to make it work. These are a couple of individuals that have pulled this program together and blessed the body of Christ with this program free of charge, with no advertising, no strings attached. And I just take my hat off to them for doing this. And I'd like to encourage you to do that as well. Maybe go and like their Facebook page, send them an email, just an appreciation email to say that you appreciate what they've done and what they're doing, and just continue to stick it out while they continue to develop the software. You know, there are many other programs that you can use as alternatives to VideoSom, like ProPresenter and stuff like that, but those are paid programs. It's expensive to go and get these programs, and the whole purpose of this video was to present you with free programs. So even though maybe the user interface or the graphic user interface isn't as nice as ProPresenter, or it has the choppy with the video, the beautiful thing is, family, at the end of the day, it's free. You don't have to go and spend thousands of rands on this program. And I think with the minor issues that it has, it's really a wonderful product at the end of the day, considering the fact that we're getting it free. This is a blessing to the body of Christ. So please go and support the developers of this program and for everything that they've done by blessing the body of Christ with this video. So thank you, family. That's pretty much the ins and outs of VideoSom. I'd like to encourage you to also tune in for part 8 of this video, where I'll be giving a live demonstration of a short church service with the scriptures, with the lyrics, with the graphics and stuff, just so that you and your media desk can see the flow of how everything works, so that they can get a rough idea and then obviously go and practice it on their own. Thus concludes our section on VideoSom. I'd like to invite you to please join us for the next section, where I'll be introducing you more into detail about our second program, OBS Studio, which is basically the program that we're going to use to take the signals from VideoSom, from our audio desk, and send them to Facebook. Thank you, family. Okay, family, welcome to part 6 of our how-to video. In this section, I'm going to be discussing with you the second program that we're going to be using for our live stream services, and that is OBS Studio, which once again is a completely free program. And this is the program that we're going to be using to take the output from our VideoSom and sharing it to Facebook. So first things first, we obviously need to download this program. So I want to ask you to please open up a web browser on your computer. I'm using Google Chrome, but you can obviously use whichever one you want to. And in the search bar on Google, we're just going to type in OBS Studio. And it'll open this up here. We're going to go to this tab here, which is obsproject.com, and we're going to click on it. And it'll open this page. Obviously, for this how-to video, I'm running everything on Windows. So for the purposes of this how-to, we're going to click on the Windows download, and the OBS program or installation file will automatically start downloading on our computer here. It's about 72 megabytes, depending on the version that we're getting. Obviously, as it updates, it might change, but it'll slowly download. And once it's downloaded, you just click it and open it, and it'll open the installer on your computer. We're going to click yes, and we're just going to install it by default. So we're going to click next, next, install, and it'll then start to extract the OBS program onto your computer, installing it on your computer so that it'll be ready to go. And once this is obviously finished installing, we'll then be able to run the program on our computer. We can go ahead and close Chrome or the internet browser because we don't need that anymore right now. So you can see now the installation has completed. You want to make sure that this Launch OBS Studio is ticked, and then you're going to click Finish. And what it'll then do is it'll then open the OBS Studio program on your computer. This is the auto configuration wizard, which I want to encourage you to work through because it allows us to configure OBS Studio the way that we need to in order for us to use it. So obviously we're going to be using this for streaming, so we want to make sure that the first option there, optimize for streaming, is ticked. We're going to click next. Now this here, don't stress too much about this. This base canvas is basically just based on what your computer's resolution is set at. So just leave that for now. For your FPS, I would recommend changing this to 30 by default and then click next. Now this is where we need to get our streaming stuff. So obviously we're not going to be streaming to Twitch. We're going to click on that and we're going to choose Facebook Live. Now, in order for this to connect to Facebook Live, we need to click Get Stream Key. And this will then open up your internet browser and it'll open Facebook. If you're not logged into Facebook, it'll obviously ask you to log into Facebook, and then it'll take you to this page that is loading here. Now, this might all look new and intimidating. Don't stress about it too much just yet. I'll be getting into this page and how it works a little bit later as we discuss how we're going to be going live. For the purpose of this test, all we need to worry about right now is the stream key. So we're going to click copy. We're going to go back to OBS and we're going to go to the stream key area. We're going to click, right click, paste, and it'll drop it in there. Once it's done that, we're going to click next. Yes. And then it'll basically just do a quick test of the streaming to see the quality and speed of your internet connection, and then it'll give you settings based on that speed or based on that connection. So here at the Crisis Heartbeat office, we've got a full 100 meg up, 100 meg down fiber line. So it's obviously going to give us really, really good quality. So you can tell that, or your internet speed, by this video bitrate here. Now mine is set to 6,000, which is the maximum one. 6,000 in my opinion is a bit of an overkill. So at a later stage, we're going to lower that slightly, but I want to encourage you to take this video bitrate and write it down somewhere just so that you've got an idea, because your video bitrate is very important to make sure that your video, that the speed that you're uploading is not too high for your internet connection. So once we've got the screen, we're going to write down our video bitrate and we're going to click apply settings. So your computer or OBS Studio is now configured correctly according to your internet speed. So we're now going to maximize it. And this is OBS Studio in front of us right now. It might look a bit intimidating, but don't stress. I'm going to run you through everything that you need to know for our live stream. So once we're in this page, the first thing we need to do is obviously configure OBS Studio correctly for us to use for our live stream. So we're going to go down to the settings. Okay, so when we've clicked on settings, it's going to open up the settings tab and it's going to open up general settings. Now, I know there's a lot going on here and it looks a little bit intimidating and complicated, but don't stress too much about it. In this tab, there's only two things I want us to be concerned about. And the first one is under output, where it says automatically record when streaming. I want to encourage you to click that, because what this does is it allows OBS to save a copy of your recording onto your computer, but it's not imperative. It's just a nice feature to have. So if you don't want to keep a recording or a copy of the recording on your computer, or if you're running low on disk space, you obviously don't need to worry about that. The next one is under projectors, where it says hide cursor over projectors. I want to ask you to please just tick that one as well. Okay, so that's all we need to be concerned about in general. In stream, we're going to discuss that a little bit later when we discuss going live on Facebook. So the next tab we need to worry about is output. Now, the output mode here is simple. If you change it to advanced, you can see it becomes a lot more complicated. So for the sake of this video and for the sake of keeping things simple, just keep it on the simple mode there. Now you can see under streaming, the video bitrate, it's set to default what our stream test did earlier, which is for me 6,000 kilobytes per second. As I said, personally, I think 6,000 kilobytes per second is a little bit overkill. So personally, I would recommend, if this video bitrate is by default for you set to anything above 3,000, I'd recommend just taking it back down to 3,000 kilobytes per second, because I personally think that that's a good quality upload speed. However, if your internet speed produced a result that was lower than 3,000 kilobytes per second, please do not make it higher, because otherwise you're going to put strain on your internet connection. As a matter of fact, I'd actually always recommend going slightly lower than the recommended video bitrate, for the purpose of not putting strain on your line, or if your internet connection takes a dip, then it won't affect your stream. So say for instance your internet stream gave you a video bitrate of 2,000 kilobytes per second, I would then recommend taking this and just dropping it to 1,500 kilobytes per second. And it slightly lowers the quality, but it's really not that noticeable. I mean, if you've got a slow internet connection, you can even go as low, or an unstable internet connection, you can even go as low as 750 kilobytes per second, and that'll still give you sufficient quality for Facebook. However, I would not recommend going slower than 750 kilobytes per second. So anything between 750 and 3,000 is what I'd recommend based on your line speed. And once again, whatever it gave you as your Video bitrate recommended always go slightly low. So if it's 2000, if the recommended rate is 2000, drop it by a couple of hundred and maybe go for 1700 or 1500. If it gave you a bitrate of 1200, maybe drop it to 1000 just to be on the safe side, because you don't want your video to lag when you're going on Facebook Live. So the rest of the settings here are pretty standard and pretty sufficient. I wouldn't recommend changing anything else unless you've got a slow computer. So the tab below here is recording, and it's obviously going to tell you where, if you are saving recordings, where it's going to be saving them. If you want to change it, if you've got an extra hard drive or an external hard drive, you can obviously click browse and set it as a new destination, but by default, this is what it is here. Now, if you've got a Foster computer, like I said, these settings are perfect. They're perfect as they are by default. However, if you've got a slightly slower computer, maybe an i3 or an older i5, I'd recommend changing one or two things here. But if you've got a newer i5 or an i7 or your computer's fast, leave it as it is. So if you've got the slower computer, what you can do is you can click on this tab here and change the encoder preset from quality to performance. And what that'll do is it'll just free up a little bit more resources on your computer. And the next thing you can do as well, if you've got a slightly slower computer, is change recording quality from this to same as stream. And all these things do is basically just allows your computer extra speed to process other things like your streaming and like running video SOMs. But like I said, if you've got a slightly faster computer, you don't need to worry about this. The default settings are perfect. The rest of these tabs here, audio, video, etc., I wouldn't recommend stressing about them too much, because we applied the stream defaults. Everything should be set how we need it to. So once we've made our settings, I'm obviously just going to take this back to quality and where it was, and then I'm going to click apply. Okay. So now we've set everything up in the settings that we need for OBS Studio. We'll go back to the settings tabs a little later to set up the live streaming, but I'll be covering that in a later section. So now we've got OBS Studio set up. Now we need to set OBS Studio up to receive the signals that we needed to receive from our sound desk as well as video SOM. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to go to the bottom left over here where you see scenes and sources. Now these two features have a lot of capabilities on their own, but for the sake of simplicity and for the sake of this video, we're just going to add the video and audio sources that we need to make our live stream work. So firstly, we're going to add a video source. So under sources, we're going to click on the little plus tab here, and we're going to go up to display capture. And for the sake of this, I'm going to rename it projector capture, because at the end of the day, that is what it is actually capturing. It's capturing our projector screen. So I just call it that to avoid confusion, and I click OK. Now by default, it'll capture display 1, which is why you're seeing this over here. So we're going to, where it says display, we're going to change it from display 1 to display 2. Now this is our second display, and basically what our second display is our projectors in the church. So as you can see, the ekwipt logo is currently being displayed there, and that is because in video SOM, I've got the ekwipt logo and I'm projecting it through video SOM onto the church's projectors, and consequently OBS Studio is capturing that very image. So we select display 2 under display, and we untick capture cursor, because if the cursor goes over it, we don't want it to capture, and we say okay. We now have our video source for our live stream, which is capturing our church's projector screens. Now we need to add our audio source. So we're going to click on the plus tab again, and we're going to select audio input capture, and I'm just going to leave that as it is there, and I'm going to click OK. Now I would recommend that you don't leave this device as default, because sometimes when you plug an external camera or something in, it can mess up these settings. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on device, and you're going to look through your various sources here. Now you probably won't have all of these sources, but what you're going to look for is something along the lines of external microphone or audio jack. For my instance, for this video, I'm using the microphone here, the Samsung microphone. So I'm going to select that as my audio input capture, and you must just find out which one yours is, and then you're going to click OK. Now we've added our audio input capture, which is basically going to capture any audio that comes into the computer off of your church's sound desk. So now if you look in this audio mixer section, there's a couple of different bars going on there which can cause a little bit of confusion. The only one that we really want to see is this audio input capture. So what I'd recommend doing is, here you can see these little white speakers on every channel other than your audio input capture. I would recommend muting it by clicking on the little white one underneath it. So this is desktop audio, click it, and it goes red, which means it's muted. And here's microphone auxiliary, and now it's muted. Now you can see that little bar has disappeared. However, audio input capture is still there, and that little level bar is bouncing up and down. So once you've muted all of the other channels except your audio input capture, to avoid further confusion, we're going to click on the settings cog over here, and we're going to go up to hide, and we're going to hide that, and we're going to hide that, and we're going to hide any other audio mixer channel apart from our audio input capture. So here we've got our audio, here we've got our audio, and here we've got our video, which we can see over here. Now, just before you start going live or anything like that, I'd recommend testing your audio input capture to make sure that you have selected the right device. So if you've got your church's sound desk plugged into the computer, what I'd recommend doing is turning all the levels right down on your sound desk and speaking a little bit, or playing a song off of your phone, something to produce audio. And if all those levels are down and muted, and it means that there shouldn't be anything coming off of your sound desk. So if you talk in your church and all that kind of stuff, this audio input capture should not be moving. If it is moving or jumping up and down as you speak, as you can see, it's jumping up and down as I speak. If I stop speaking, you can see it sits a little bit there on the bottom, just flickering around. And the reason for that is sometimes background noise or maybe a little bit of interference that may be coming through. But if it's bouncing up and down like mine is when you are speaking, then that means that you've selected the wrong audio device. And to change that, you can simply go select audio input capture and then go and change your device over here. And then try it again and try it again. And when you get the one that's muted, then you can leave it as that. And then to test that it's working properly, pick up a microphone, turn the level up for that on your audio sound desk and start speaking to it. If it still stays muted, then that probably means that you've once again selected the wrong channel. So it's just a little bit of trial and error, the way you basically select audio input capture and choose your different devices until you see the right one coming off of your sound desk. And like I said, the way to do that is to mute your sound desk and talk, and then see if that works, and then obviously grab a microphone and talk as well and put the levels back up and see if that'll work. So we need to make sure that what we're getting on the audio input capture is exactly what is coming off of our sound desk. And then we've got it. We've got our audio input capture, which will record our microphones and whatever we speak. And if our computer is outputting to our sound desk as well, it'll also capture that, because basically if the sound desk is outputting it to the church's speakers, it'll also output it back to the laptop, which is a wonderful feature. So it's all there, it's nice and easy, it's set up. So now the next thing to do with the audio input capture, as you can see on this graph or this bar over here, it's bouncing up and down as I speak. And what we want to do is we want to adjust this volume slider over here to avoid any clipping. If I speak into the microphone like this, you can see that it's gone completely red, and that is because the audio is clipping, and you can probably hear that it sounds pretty bad as well. So to avoid this, we are going to pull down this slider over here, and as I pull it down, you will see it starts clipping less and less and less and less, even though I'm still talking into the microphone. And you can see over here that the numbers are going down as well, because we're adjusting the audio input, and you can see it's going down and down and down and down and down. So ideally, you want to adjust this to a position where this little graph is jumping into the yellow and maybe a little bit into the red, but you don't want it to jump too far. My personal recommendation is to set it anything between -6 and -3 decibels. I believe that's the right place to put it. As you can see with mine now, it's going into the yellow, maybe a little bit into the red, but it's not clipping. And the best way to test this is when you have your full band and everything going with praise and worship, so you can see if this is clipping or if it's not, and then obviously you can just adjust it accordingly. Another thing that can sometimes happen is the sound coming off of your sound desk is maybe too soft, in which case you'll probably see the little bar just jumping around a little bit like that, even though this is sitting on full. So a way to fix that is to click on the settings cog, go up to filters, and then you can see this new screen over here. We're going to click plus, and we're going to click on gain, and we're just going to say yes. And then you can use this slider here to add additional volume to your audio until you can see that it's getting at the desired level. So you can pull it up. See, if I pull it up now, everything's gone red. So if I pull it back down, I'm just going to make it back to 0. Then you can see it's back where I set it, and I'm going to click close, and we're done. Now we've officially set up our audio, we've officially set up our video capture. So now OBS Studio is officially ready to go live to Facebook, basically, because we've got our audio, we've got our video. So that's it, basically. That's OBS Studio set up and ready to go. So I'd like to encourage you to please tune in for the next section where I'll be showing you how to go live using OBS Studio. Hi there family, welcome to part 7 of our how-to video. In this section, I'm going to discuss with you how we can use OBS Studio to go live on Facebook. I'm going to show you how we can link OBS Studio to Facebook and how we can use Facebook to do a test stream to make sure that all of our settings are right, and then how we can also use Facebook to obviously go live and end our live stream. So to get started, the first thing we need to do is to make sure that we've got OBS Studio open on our computer, as well as Video Som, because we're going to be doing a test run first. So I've opened up Video Som. You can see I'm in projector mode, and I've chosen to project the Christ's Heartbeat logo. I would recommend getting a logo of your church or a nice welcome graphic of some sort to display through Video Som before starting your live stream, as well as before starting a service, because it's just nice for the people to be able to see. Remember, whatever is being projected through Video Som is being seen in your church as well as on Facebook Live, because if we go to OBS Studio, you can now see the Christ's Heartbeat logo here. What we're seeing here is effectively what should be on our screens at church, because that's what Video Som is outputting. And what we see here is exactly what Facebook is going to be seeing. And what we hear here, based on audio input and audio output, is exactly what Facebook is going to see. So if I go back to Video Som as an example and run a video, you will see the video will appear here. It'll obviously also appear on our projectors in our church. It'll appear in OBS Studio, and because it's appearing in OBS Studio, when we go live on Facebook, it'll appear there as well. Okay, so just as an example, I'm going to play back this video over here, and you can see it's appearing in our preview panel. And because we're in presentation mode, it means what's going on here is being seen by our audience on our church's projectors. Now, if we go across to OBS Studio, you can see once again the video is appearing here, because our OBS Studio is capturing our video display. It's capturing what Video Som is outputting to our projectors, and whatever is going on here is what our Facebook audience will be seeing once we've connected OBS to Facebook. And you can see with the audio input capture, as well as I'm speaking, as the video is playing back, it's also jumping up and down because because OBS Studio is receiving the necessary signals, and this audio is what OBS Studio is going to send across to Facebook once we've got the two linked up. So I'm just going to open up the Christ's Heartbeat logo again in Video Som, and if we go back to OBS, once again you can see it's over here because it's capturing the output from Video Som. So now that we see that the video and the audio are correctly linked, we're ready to go live. So to do that, we're going to go to the settings here in OBS Studio, and once it's pulled up, we're going to go to the Stream tab. Now you see the stream key here is still there by default from the previous stream that we did. However, every time you do a new Facebook live stream, we need a new stream key. So click in this area here, hold in Control on your keyboard and tap the A button once. You will see it selects everything, and then hit backspace to make sure that that stream key field is empty, because we don't want anything in there right now. Next thing we're going to do is click on Get Stream Key. And this will open up our browser and it'll open up Facebook Live Producer page. If you're not logged into Facebook, once again, you'll need to log in and then it'll open up this page. So we're now back at this page, and I know that this page can be intimidating. There's a lot going on it. However, what we need for this is relatively simple. So first things first, we're going to be doing a test stream to make sure that everything's working and running smoothly on our live stream system. So what we need to do is, you can see here on the left-hand side, it's logged in on my personal profile and it says where to post. It says post to timeline. We obviously don't want to post the video to our personal timeline. We want to post the video to our ministry's Facebook page. So we're going to click on this little down thing here and we're going to say post to a page that you manage, and then it'll give you all of your pages and you're going to click on your ministry's page. However, for the purpose of this video, I'm going to click on the CHMI test page because I don't want everybody to see what's going on when we go live for this video. So once you've clicked on your page, it'll refresh the page and you'll see it'll then say your page name here. Next thing we need to worry about is, because we're doing a test stream, we need to browse down here on the left hand side to where it says publish as a test broadcast, and we need to tick that little box there and it'll once again refresh the page. The reason we're doing this is because we're going to first do the test stream to make sure that all of our settings are working well and working correct. And when we do a test stream like this, it stops everybody on our page from seeing the live stream, but only the admins like ourselves. So it allows us to monitor what we need to monitor without allowing everybody else to see it. So once we've done that and the page is refreshed, just enter a random title. I just like to say test, and a random description, 1, 2, 3. So we're now set up and ready to go for our test. However, the start test button won't allow us to. As you can see there, it says waiting for live video, and here it says connect streaming software to go live. So we're now ready on the Facebook side. So what we need to do in order to link OBS Studio up to this for our video and our audio, where it says stream key here, once again, we need to click on copy. Only once you've changed all of these settings do you copy the stream key, because every time you change a setting here, the stream key is going to change. So we click copy, we go back to OBS Studio, we click in the stream key area there, we right click and we paste. And now we've got a new stream key. We click apply. Okay. Now we are ready to go. Facebook and OBS Studio are now going to be able to speak to each other. And as I said, everything that we see here and everything that we hear here is exactly what Facebook is going to see and hear. So now that it's all linked, now that we're all ready to go, we're going to click start streaming in OBS Studio. And as you can see, it also says recording. Now, the reason it does this is because we clicked that little box that said start recording when we stream. So now these two are working together. Now at the bottom there, you can see that we've been live and we're recording for the exact same amount of time. And it's also telling us our CPU usage, our frames per second, and that KBS area is our upload speed. And it's also telling us that it's green. When that light is green, it means everything is good. So if that light is green and it stays green, you're safe. But if you see it starts going yellow or red, then that means your KBS upload speed is too high. Now, the nice thing is, if you notice that there's a dip, we can change the settings while we are live. So if it's too high, if it starts going red, all you do is click settings, you go to output, and you change your video bitrate to something a little bit lower. And you click apply, okay, and you will see there the KBS will go right down, and that is because it's auto adjusting or correcting according to the settings that we've changed. So we can see it's all going. So technically we've started streaming on OBS Studio. However, we are not yet streaming on Facebook because we have not yet clicked go live on Facebook. So once we're set up and ready to go here, and we can see that this has remained okay and that our CPU usage isn't anything above 75-80%, then we can go to Facebook here. So you can see now that the start test tab is blue, and you can see our video capture over here. So we're now ready to start. So click start test and it'll start loading a little bit. Just give it a couple of seconds. It's basically going live now on Facebook. So because we're doing a test, it says end test broadcast. The second you see that, you know you're live. Now, the beautiful thing about this Facebook Live producer is it gives you your stream metrics, which shows you your upload speed, your frames per second, and your audio upload speed. And it's important to keep an eye on this every now and then. As you can see on my side, it's nice and consistent, and it's going pretty straightforward. But you will notice that if your internet is taking a bit of a dip, you will see that it'll start showing red areas, or it'll start showing dips in your MBS or your frames per second. The second you see that, you know that your settings for your upload speed are too high. So you can then once again go to OBS Studio, go to settings, go to output, and simply change your video bitrate while you're going. Now you can see it's going to drop here on the metrics because I've just changed it. Just give it a second to refresh, and there we go. So we are now technically live on Facebook, and we're doing a test stream. And like I said, the purpose of this test stream is to make sure that everything is running smoothly here. Now, the nice thing is, if you've got your cell phone with you or something like that, as the admin of the page, you can actually go onto the page and watch the test stream and listen to the test stream to make sure that everything sounds good and looks good and all those kinds of things. As I said, once again, we can see what's going on here, everything that's going on here. So now, just as an example, I'm going to go back into Video Psalm and I'm going to play the video. We can see that it's playing. We can hear that it's playing.
Hi there, family. Welcome to
This is just a sample from our Resurrection Sunday message. Yeah. As you can see in OBS, it's playing here. The sound is playing, so the audio and video there. Now, if you look on Facebook, at the bottom, in this little tab down there, you can see a preview of what's going on the video. Now, please take note that the video on Facebook is sometimes delayed. What we're seeing on Facebook is at least about 30 seconds difference between what's going on Facebook and OBS. Sometimes more, sometimes less. It's not a major thing. Just be mindful of it. But once again, because we're doing a test stream, you can see our stream metrics are consistent. We're not losing any frames. We're not getting red areas, which means that we've successfully discovered a suitable setting for our live stream. And obviously, like I said, we can go and listen to it on our phones or something like that to make sure that it looks good and sounds good, because at the end of the day, that's what we need, because if we don't have that, we're going to have some very frustrated Facebook Live viewers. So now that I've tested everything, we've tested it for a minute or so, maybe a little bit more, about 3 minutes. Now we're going to end the test broadcast, and we're now officially ready to go live. So I'm going to click end, and the second you do that, it'll automatically post your broadcast to Facebook and publish the video. Once again, because we've done a test, it'll obviously be there as a test only for the admins to see. So we've done a test stream, we've seen everything, it worked correctly, we've checked it on our phones or checked it on our computers, and we can see that it was all working fine. So just as an example, I'm going to click on View Post, and it'll start loading a little bit. And here is our video. Seconds, it's basically going live now on Facebook. So because we're while you're going, now you can see it's going to So drop. Right now I'm just testing it to make sure that it looks good, to make sure that it sounds good. So we can see from the test stream that it all looks good, that it all sounds good. So we're good, we're happy, now we're ready to go live. I'd recommend doing all of this just a little bit before your service, maybe half an hour before your service, just to make sure that everything is done. So once we've finished going live, there you can see we're still in OBS Studio, have the stop streaming and stop recording. We need to stop that, otherwise it just keeps recording and keeps uploading. So we've successfully completed a test stream, and we see that everything was working fine. Now we are ready to go live. So to do live, once again, we're going to click on Settings. We're going to go to Stream. We're going to click on Stream key, Control A, backspace to make sure that it's empty. And we're going to say Get Stream Key, and it'll open up Facebook Live Producer for us again. Now, the difference between going live and doing a test stream is very little. So once again, change Post to Timeline, Post to Page you manage, and you choose your page, and it'll refresh your page. Now, remember when it refreshed earlier, we went and changed it at the bottom here to publish as a test broadcast. To go live, we're not going to do that. We're going to leave it as a normal thing, and we're going to give it a title. Once again, test 1, 2, 3. This is obviously on our CHMI test page, so there's not people who like it or anything like that, but we're literally going to go live. You can see here at the bottom, it no longer says start test, it says go live, which means you're literally going live. Okay, so we've now got everything ready here. We're going to click copy stream key. We're going to go back to OBS Studio, and we're going to paste our stream key, apply. Okay, now we're ready to go live. So your church service is just about to start. It's 2 minutes to the time that your church service is going to start, or even a minute before, and you're going to go to click, same as earlier, we're going to click start streaming on OBS to connect OBS to Facebook, and we're rolling, but we're not yet live. Remember, we need to go back to Facebook, and now you can see it says go live over there. You can see our video and all of that. So the second it gets to 9 o'clock or whenever your service is going to start, you just simply click go live, and voila, your service is now live. And what the people are seeing is what OBS is getting out of Video Psalm. You can see once again our stream metrics, and you can see here it says live, so you know that you're actually going live. So then you basically, once you're live here, you can now go to Video Psalm and use your agenda to run your service. So you've got this, your service is now started, and you can now start your countdown timer. And obviously run your service from beginning to end using the agenda. And while, there's gaps or breaks or stuff like that, it helps to sometimes just go to OBS Studio to check that everything is right here, to check that this is okay. It helps to go into Facebook to check that the stream metrics are okay, that you're not skipping any frames or that you're not uploading anymore. It just helps. So for instance, once the message is started and the person is preaching, and the person operating Video Psalm doesn't need to do much, then they can obviously go and check all of these things out in between the scriptures and all those kinds of things. And you'll basically then just run your entire service like this from beginning to end using Video Psalm and checking in on Facebook and OBS every now and then, but they're relatively low maintenance, so you can pretty much leave them and just run your service from Video Psalm however you need to run it. And then it's now time for your service to finish. So once again, I'd recommend having a nice graphic of some sort, an exit graphic for Video Psalm, or simply just your logo like this. So you go to your logo, and you basically now go to, this is now to end your live stream. You go back to Facebook. It's time to finish. You simply just click end live video and you say end. And the second you click it, it posts your live video to your Facebook page so that there's a replay of it. So we've now finished our live stream, but we must remember OBS Studio is still busy. So we click on OBS and we say stop streaming. And the second we say stop streaming, it stops recording as well. And there you have it. We've now gone live and ended our live stream, and we've saved our recording to our computer as well. So it's all there. From beginning to end, you've run your agenda, you've run your church service, and basically every time you do a new live stream, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to go to settings, and just to run through it again, you're going to go to stream, you're going to clear your stream key, you're going to get a new stream key by opening Facebook. By changing it to post to a page you manage. By putting in your title and your description. By copying stream key. By pasting it. By saying apply, okay, start stream, and go live on Facebook. And there you have it. That's how you go live. And then obviously to end live, you just end live on Facebook and you end live here in OBS Studio. And then you can close the program and you can close Video Psalm because your church service is finished and you no longer need the projectors. And there you have it. That's how you go live and end live. In the next section of this video, we're going to do a short demonstration of how a service looks and how to run it from beginning to end with OBS, with Facebook Live, and with Video Psalm. Thank you. Okay, welcome to our live demonstration of running a church service. For the service, we are making use of CFC Brakpan's sound desk, media desk, and church. They've allowed us the opportunity to do this demonstration, and they've also been our main guinea pigs for this whole process for setting this all up. So we just want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership team from CFC Brakpan for all of their help, all of their efforts, and all of their time that has gone into getting this all set up. So if you look on the screen right now, we're currently sitting at the media desk of CFC Brakpan. You can see there on the left, we've got the laptop. On the right, we've got the digital sound desk that they've got. And if we look over here at the laptop, you can see the various connections that are there. Over here, we've got the USB cable that's running to the sound desk. They have a USB cable instead of the auxiliary cables. So that USB connection there is to the sound desk, that's allowing the sound desk to speak to the laptop and the laptop to speak to the sound desk. This one over here is a 20-meter USB extension cord that runs to the webcam that's sitting at the front of the church. If we go over to this side, you can see we've got the VGA cable connected over here, and that goes to the church's projectors. This is a LAN cable that's connecting the laptop to the internet, because LAN just provides a faster internet speed than Wi-Fi. And then over here you can see we've got the video capture card that runs to the handycam. So they've got a dual cam setup, and then obviously on the screen itself you can see we've got Video Psalm set up ready to go with the agenda, and the camera is on. So if we go and look at the setup in the rest of the church, we've got the handy cam sitting here just in front of the sound desk. It's nice and zoomed in right onto the pulpit. If we look on the screen, you can actually see how the picture's coming out, and you can also see the webcam in that shot. So if we go back and look at the rest of the church, we can see we've got a projector screen over there with the projectors on the roof. And when we go live, obviously everything that Video Psalm is outputting will be sent to that video screen. If we go around, you can now see the sound desk at the back of the church with the handy cam over there. And along the edge over here, we are running the LAN cable as well as the USB extension cord to the front of the church, where we have the webcam set up. There you can see the USB extension cord, the end of it. And here we've got the webcam just in front of the pulpit for when they preach over there. So for this setup, we've got 2 cameras and everything's connected up. So that's pretty much it in terms of the setup and how we've set things up in this church, and it's running smoothly. They've successfully run several services on Facebook using the system. So for the next part of this video, we're going to do a short demonstration of running a church service with our system. We will be running the service from beginning to end with an intro, with a worship song, with a tithing message, with the church news, as well as with a short message and then a conclusion, just so that you can see the running order of the service and what happens on Video Psalm and OBS while we are running the church service. Okay, family, welcome to this live demonstration of a church service. As you can see on the screen, we've got OBS open, set up, ready to go, and we've also got Video Psalm open, set up, and ready to go with our agenda and everything going. So the way that this is going to work, as you can see per the agenda, we've got an introduction video, we've got praise and worship, we've got church news and the tithing message, and then we've got the main message itself. So there's our agenda, and everything is now set up and ready to go. So before we start, obviously we need to set up OBS Studio and get it streaming. For the purposes of this video, we're obviously not streaming, we're just recording the actual thing because we don't want to go live for this demonstration. So OBS is set up, Video Psalm is set up, and we're now going to start our church service.
Buckle up and hold on. At our church, we love God. Make no mistake about that. At our church, we believe in God's radical, unconditional, and unwavering love for us. At our church, we believe that Jesus is God. We also affirm that you may or may not believe that Jesus is God, and we're not asking you to change your belief system before you attend our church.
So now we've got the countdown timer working through. As you can see on video sound, the video is playing back, and as you can hear in the background, it's also playing in the church service, and consequently, if we were live streaming, it would also be on the Facebook Live that they'd be seeing this, which is nice because it just allows a little bit of time for people to jump on the live stream before the service actually starts.
At our church, we're not concerned with where you've been, but where you're going. At our church, we believe that the Bible is God's Word. It is real, it is living, it is active.
And once this video is finished, we're just going to pull up one of the cameras quickly, just so that the pastors can greet everybody before we go into praise and worship. So to do that, we're going to go over here. We have our Genius webcam, which is the webcam in the front of the service, selected. And as soon as it's time, I'm just going to click on it and it's going to open up that webcam for us.
We are all broken people, but He is putting us back together. And finally, and most importantly, at our church, we believe that Jesus really lived, that He really died on the cross, and that He really rose again on the third day. And we cannot and we will not candy coat or water down that message, ever. Today, you've chosen to sit yourself in the middle of a very safe place to hear a potentially dangerous message. Welcome to our church.
Good morning, church. On this very cold winter's day, it is good to be in the house of the Lord, and we welcome you here. And Pastor Natasha and Stacy is going to lead us in worship. Won't you stand to your feet and get ready to worship the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords?
Okay, and now we're going to start the worship. So we're going to start the audio file, and then we're going to turn our cameras off. For the sake of this video, the CFC Brakpan worship team is the two singers, and consequently they've got a video playing back with the lyrics of the video on it, which is what you're seeing now. For the next worship song after this, we're going to move over to Greater Works Christian Family Church, where they've got a full band, where I'm going to show you how to do the lyrics on screen with the camera on.
Lost the divine, lost in our sin. You've made us alive. How can we ever hold it inside? We can't hold back. We're gonna lift you higher and higher. Hearts burning bright like a fire, fire. Voices united, make it louder, louder. Never gonna stop singing. Ooh, never gonna stop singing. Set free, no longer bound in chains. You rescued me and called me by name. You conquered the grave, you crossed the divine. Lost in our sin, you made us alive. How can we ever hold it inside? We can't hold back. We're gonna lift you higher and higher. Hearts burning bright like a fire, fire. Voices unite, make it louder and louder. Never gonna stop singing. Ooh, never gonna stop. Higher and higher. Hearts burning bright like a fire, fire. Voices unite, make it louder, louder. Never gonna stop singing. Ooh, never gonna stop singing.
So you can see while this is all happening on our screens as well as on our live feed, it's just the video playing with the audio coming off the sound desk, which once again is the video itself playing as well as the worship team singing.
Lift him up, never gonna stop singing. Ooh, never gonna stop. Every tribe, every tongue, every heart will sing. Every knee we will bow to the risen King. Lift him up, never gonna stop singing. Ooh, never gonna stop. Higher and higher, hearts burning bright like a fire, fire.
Okay, so for this part of the demonstration, we've swapped over to Greater Works Christian Family Church, where they've got a full band singing the song. We're capturing the video through a handycam that's connected to the laptop, and we're going to be displaying the lyrics over the video feed. Everything that you see on the projector / Facebook Live screen is what Facebook Live is going to be seeing, as well as what the audience will be seeing inside the church, and everything that you can hear when I'm not talking is what Facebook Live will be hearing through OBS that's projecting it to Facebook.
Things keeps on doing.
Okay, so in this video you can now see that the lyrics and stuff are displaying on the screen, and as the band is singing and playing. And as the lyrics progress, I'm going to continue down on the lyrics on the screen.
Keeps on doing great things, God. Oh, He's never let me down. No, no, no. Oh, He keeps on.
Okay, so in this video you can see that as the band progresses with the song, all I need to do is press the down arrow on the keyboard, and as I press down, it progresses to the next lyrics in video song and pulls it up on our screen.
Keeps on doing great things. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It pulls it up on the screens in our church as well as in the live stream feed. You can also use the mouse to go and click on it. So you can either use the up-down keys to go through the various verses, or you can use the mouse to click on them.
Keeps on doing great, keeps on. Oh, He keeps on.
Now, this method can also be used to provide the lyrics to your band on screen if you've got a stage screen that's also using the projection screen that we're seeing on our church projectors.
Things. I want to ask a question right now. Is there anything too hard for the Lord? No. In Him there is no failure.
So this method is obviously used to show your congregation the lyrics for the song while the band is singing. It's used to show your Facebook Live audience the lyrics to the song while they're singing in the comfort of their own home. And if you've got a stage screen, it also provides the lyrics to the band members so they can read the lyrics if they're not 100% sure.
His plan is not to harm me, but to prosper me.
Now you can see we're nearing the end of the bottom of the screen, so we can just drag this down. And it allows us to see the other verses.
He's on, King Jesus. Yeah. Keep on doing great things. Oh. keep on doing, Lord.
Now the nice thing about this setup is they've also got somebody on the camera. As you can see throughout this video, it's been moving backwards and forwards, zooming in, zooming out, panning left, panning right, and all that kind of stuff. So that's also a handy thing to have. Instead of having a wide angle shot, you can then zoom in on individual members of the band, or if the pastor's preaching and moves around a lot, then it can also follow them.
Keep on, yeah, yeah, yeah. Keep on.
Keep on doing great things.
I know you never leave me nor forsake me. Keep on doing, God. Keep on, oh. Oh, yeah, yeah. You are a great God. Keep on. Nothing is impossible with you, God.
Keep on.
Keep on.
Keep on.
Nothing is too hard for you. Nothing is impossible. Ah, ooh. Ah, ooh. Yeah.
Keep on.
Oh, keep on.
Keep on.
Keep
song is finished, you just click this to once again hide the lyrics before you transition into the next song on your playlist or the next part of your service.
The tithe is holy. Deuteronomy 26 verse 13a, New King James translation says, "Then you shall say before the Lord your God."
As you can see, the scripture is now on the screen simply by clicking it over there, and change by clicking again.
And have done according to all that you have commanded me with the tithe. Family, here once again we see that the tithe is a command. As I'm faithfully to return.
And once he's finished speaking about it, we simply click on this here, and it removes the text. And now he's calling verse 15, so we just pull it up again.
And bless your people Israel and the land which you have given us, just as you swore to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey.
And when he's finished, we simply just hide the scripture again.
There is a commanded blessing on those who tithe. Always remember that it is the Lord your God who gives you an anointing to become rich. Family, can we raise our right hands and declare this?
And while he's doing that, we're going to change to the other camera. So to do that, we just click on the drop-down menu and we change it to USB 3 capture. And you can see now on the screen it's changed to the second camera. And to go back, we simply just click the drop down menu again and click on Genius Cam. And you can see again on the screen, it's changed again. So that's how we chop and change between the two cameras that we're currently running within Surface.
Deacons, can you please hand out the envelopes?
And now we're going to go over to Church
And we
News
have Church News.
by simply double clicking this. And that is the video that I created, the pre-recorded Church News template that we're going to use for that video. So we simply just click it and it'll open.
Hey there, family. Welcome to today's installment of the CHMI Church News. We trust that you've been enjoying the worship experience thus far. Family, we know that with the hustle and bustle of day-to-day lives, and especially during the week when we're getting ready for work and stuff in the mornings, we neglect to spend time in the mornings in the Word of God and with God. Well, here at Christ's Heartbeat Ministries International, we have the perfect solution for you, and that is our daily devotional video series, From Heaven at 7, which runs every Monday to Friday at 7 a.m. Central African time on our Facebook page as well as our YouTube channel. And we would like to take this opportunity to invite you to join us for the live premieres of these episodes at 7 a.m. each and every day before you go to work, to get a short, encouraging message from heaven at 7 to kickstart your day with the Word of God. And if you miss the message, it's okay. The replays of the videos remain on our Facebook page and YouTube channel for you to watch at a later stage. Calling all youth. Are you looking for something constructive to spend your Friday night doing so that you can spend your Friday night around the Word of God? Well, we would like to invite you to join us on the Transformed Youth Facebook page every Friday night, where we have our Friday night live stream, which runs at 7 p.m. Central African time on the Transformed Youth Facebook page every Friday. And each week we have a new encouraging message from a different speaker from Team Transformed. And we would like to invite you to join us on those live streams so that we can see you, interact with you, pray with you, and spend time together in the Word of God. Calling all youth pastors out there. Are you perhaps a new youth pastor, or even an old youth pastor looking for some new content to share with your youth? Well, at Transformed Youth, we have the perfect solution for you. Here at Transformed Youth, we have constructed a weekly video curriculum that we would like to share with you if you are interested. These videos consist of 10 to 20 minute messages that has one for each and every week, and each message is accompanied by several open-ended questions that encourage discussion around the topic of the week's message to get you and your youth group speaking about the various topics. If you're interested in reaching out to us and being part of our youth curriculum and utilizing our youth curriculum, please do not hesitate to contact us via phone call, via WhatsApp, via email, whatever is most convenient for you. Our contact details are being displayed on the screen right now. We look forward to hearing back from you. And if you're interested in sampling it, please feel free to go to the Christ's Heartbeat website, click on the Transformed Youth page, and you will see a 3-week sample of our video curriculum on there for you to test out with the questions. And if you like it, we'd love to send you more videos. Family, we know that in the Bible, Jesus told us to go out and evangelize, to preach the gospel to all creation. And many churches out there want to do this, but are unsure where to start or how to train their congregation in evangelism. Well, if that's you, you're in the right place. Here at Christ's Heartbeat, we have developed our very own comprehensive evangelism training program called Code Red. And we would love to offer this program to you and your congregation should you be interested. If you would be interested in making use of our Code Red Evangelism Training Program, please do not hesitate to give us a shout. Our contact details are being displayed on the screen now, and we would like to connect with you, engage with you, and create an opportunity to be able to come and train your congregation up in evangelism. We must remember, family, that evangelism is not just a single event, but evangelism is a lifestyle, and that is what we teach your congregation to do through our Code Red Evangelism Training Program. Family, we know that we're living in challenging times with the COVID-19 pandemic, and this has negatively impacted the lives of many people. And the Bible tells us to help the needy, which is why at Christ's Heartbeat, we have our welfare division, Project Cornerstone Welfare, where we aim to reach out to the needy on a weekly basis to be able to feed them a nice warm meal, as well as feed them spiritually from the Word of God. If you're interested in helping the welfare efforts that we're doing by contributing resources or contributing finances towards our efforts, please do not hesitate to contact us. Our contact details are being displayed on the screen right now. Please send us an email and let us know where you would be willing to assist us us in this regard. Help us to spread the love of Jesus to the needy people around us. The works that we're doing need finances and need resources, and you can assist us in doing the work that we do by partnering with us in these efforts. And lastly, we would just like to celebrate the establishment of our latest daughter ministry, Ekwipt, as well as the success of our first project, which is the how-to video that you are watching right now. Family, we give God alone all the praise, the glory, and the adoration for all that He's done and accomplished in and through and for this project. If this message and this how-to video has been a blessing to you, we would like to ask you to please share these how-to videos far and wide to help us get this message out there to whoever will be encouraged by it and to whoever will be able to receive from it. We've put a lot of time, effort, and resources into making this video possible and into making this video free, and we want to get this message out there, but we cannot do it without your help. Family, if you've watched these how-to videos and you've been blessed by these how-to videos and you feel led by the Lord to sow a seed into the ministry as a result of these videos, our banking details as well as our SnapScan QR code are being displayed on the screen right now. Alternatively, please feel free to visit the Christ's Heartbeat website and click on the Join Hands tab, where you'll be presented with the various options of how you can sow seed into the ministry and into the project that we've been working on. Thank you, family. Thank you for joining us for Church News. Enjoy the rest of your service. We'll see you soon, and God bless.
Okay, so now that the church news is finished, we're simply going to activate the camera to hand over to Pastor Linda Lee for her message.
The title of my message this morning is Game, Set, Match.
And then we have to turn the camera off to display it.
Verse 15 to 17.
And then turn it back on to bring Pastor Linda Lee back.
The Lord God placed the man in the Garden of Eden to tend and watch.
And now we're pulling up scriptures.
But the Lord God warned him, "You may freely eat the fruit of every tree in the garden, except the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. If you eat its fruit, you are sure to die." Here we see,
and then once she's finished with that, we simply close the scripture by doing this.
Over sin. And this is the first time we read of this. And thus, when they sinned, the curse of death began. We read in Genesis 3 verse 13, the New Living Translation, "Then the Lord God asked the woman..."
And now we're going to change our camera again.
"The serpent deceived me," she replied. "That's why I ate it." You see, Satan used...
And now that she's finished, once again, we're going to turn it off.
That encouraged Eve to commit sin. And that was, this very dangerous weapon is still in Satan's possession this very day. And he's still using it against every single human being on the planet. What is this dangerous weapon, family? It's deception. Eve was deceived because of the strength of her desire, fueled by her lust of the flesh. How many of us are fueled by the lust of our flesh? You see, her lust for the pleasure of eating that forbidden fruit overtook her. But even more so, to fulfill...
And then we're going to change our camera back.
...in her own ways, in her own eyes. And then Adam, that was not deceived as Eve.
And back again.
Still disregarded God's counsel. Why? Have you ever wondered why this happens? Well, you see the old saying that goes, happy wife, happy life. That's what Adam was thinking. Let's keep Eve happy so that I can have a happy life. Well, sadly to say, gentlemen, if you are living according to those words, happy life, happy wife, then you are busy with idolatry. Because idolatry, you are idolizing your wife. How so, Pastor? Well, if you want to do everything to keep your wife happy instead of keeping God happy, then you have a problem. So, happy wife, happy life, no more. And wives, stop making life.
And now we're going to swap cameras back again.
Stop with the sulking, stop with the continuous moaning. And all the women said, Amen. Now, Jesus indicates in Revelation that we will witness a rise in the intensity of deception just before his return. God did not intervene to stop Satan or Adam or Eve in their desires and their
And now
lusts
we're going to
of the
switch
flesh.
back.
And neither does God intervene with you. You see, Adam and Eve had a test to pass. And so do we. And they failed miserably. How about you? But if we are wise, we will learn from their mistakes. You see, only Christ was successful in this. Therefore, we can only succeed if we are in Christ. And Satan continues to hold this power over the world, over us, the church, until Jesus comes. But we who are in Christ are not left defenseless. We have Christ's help in every battle. And we read in 2 Corinthians 12, verse 2.
And then she pulls it up. We just pull it up.
I was caught up in the third heaven. I want you to focus on those words. I was caught up in the third heaven. 14 years ago, whether I was in my body or out of my body, I don't know. Only God knows. The reason I said, hold on to the top part, I was caught up in the third heaven, is because logic tells me if
And now she's finished speaking about it, so we just hide it again.
second heaven and a first heaven, right? So, where and what are these first and second heaven? The third heaven, according to the Bible, is where God Almighty rules and reigns. This is where the righteous receive their crowns of life after hearing those wonderful words, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." There are also mansions of splendor.
We're just going to change the camera again.
That are dazzling white. The third heaven is our eternal home as children of God. It's the city where the Lamb is the light, where tears are never shed and goodbyes are never uttered. There is no sorrow or pain, only joy and sheer
And we're going to change it back again.
It's the city where we will all one day join the angels in singing, "Holy, holy, holy are you, Lord God Almighty." Now the second heaven is where Satan rules with his evil empire, with his demons and the fallen angels. Now I want you to know, family, demons have power, they have personality, and they have purpose. You see, they follow their master's purpose. And what's Satan's purpose again? As we find it in John 10:10, it is that he comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. Now, if Satan can deceive you to walk,
And we're going to change our camera again.
that will destroy your life.
Now, the beautiful thing with the camera is you can change it between as many cameras as you have active on the system. As you can see, there's a slight quality difference.
Living Translation, God, your heart
Just pull the scripture up again.
all else. For it determines the course of your life. Now, the second heaven is Satan's campground. Make no mistake about it, family. Satan is a fallen angel who quotes scripture to deceive and
So we can
destroy
see there's a quality difference between the two cameras. The other camera is the webcam, and the camera that we're on now is the handycam, which is why I strongly recommend a handycam if you can go for that option, simply because it allows you to zoom in and it also has autofocus.
us from the dead along with Christ and seated us with him in the heavenly realms because we are united with Christ Jesus. Now, where's Jesus seated again? He's at the right hand of the Father, right? So where's the Father seated? In the third heaven. So if we are united with Christ, in Christ, seated in heavenly places, we are seated in the third heaven, right? Where's Satan and his cohorts? In the second heaven. So guess where your feet are? On top of Satan. So it is written in Romans 16 verse 20. The God of peace will soon crush Satan, watch this, under your feet. May the grace and peace of the Lord be with you. And then in Luke 10:19, behold, I give you the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. Why? Because your spirit, your soul, and you are united in Christ, and you are seated in heavenly places. So therefore, Satan is in the second heaven, you are in the third heaven, so he is under your feet, and that is where you will remain if you remain in Christ. Now, when you have this revelation of this truth, and it really gets through to your heart as a living knowledge, you will step out of that deception that Satan has brought to you, and you will step out of the deception of fear, the deception of doubt, the deception of oppression, and you will have the boldness, the courage, and the strength to face the enemy and say to him, you lose. It is game, set, and match. But remember, this is a privilege only for those who remain in Christ. And how do we remain in Christ? We obey his commands. And if we slip up, we immediately repent of our sins. Also remembering, true repentance means there's a change in your life. You do not continue willfully in that very same sin after you know it is wrong. You see, we have to understand that it is our very own sin that gives Satan the license to deceive us, to steal from us, to destroy us, and to ultimately kill us.
Okay, now Pastor Linda Lee hasn't given us the scripture, so this is how we pull it up. Simply by typing it in over there, and then we open it up there and it pulls up on the screen. So Video Psalm is nice in the sense that it's quick and easy to add scriptures if the pastor hasn't given to you or brings one up spontaneously.
So the next time, family, you have this urge to follow through on a sin, always remember that you are planting a seed and it will bring a harvest. So rather keep away from those sins and close the door to the enemy. Don't give him a license to come and come to bring deception to you. In the name of Jesus, I just release over you the boldness and the courage.
Okay, we're now coming to the end of the service. Once the service is finished, we're going to open up the exit video, and then we're going to turn the camera off so that the video can play back. And then after that, we will go to Facebook and end the live stream. Okay, and now while the video is playing, we go through to Facebook, we end our live stream, and then we can go to OBS Studio and stop the recording, stop the live stream. And Bob's your uncle, you've successfully live streamed your church service. Hi there family, welcome to part 9 of our how-to video. In this section, I'm going to be showing you how you can use our setup as well as OBS Studio and Video Psalm to pre-record messages. Now this setup can be used to pre-record in 2 different ways. The first one is to pre-record certain parts of your service. So for instance, your church news or your tithes and offerings message, and then you can play it back. Or alternatively, you can even use this method to pre-record your entire church service. And at the end of the section, I will show you how to take your pre-recorded video and live stream it to Facebook so that even though it's pre-recorded, it will appear as if you are going live for the video. So if you look on the screen right now, you can see the setup that we've got here in the Christ's Heartbeat office. We've made use of the various pieces of equipment that we've used in this tutorial. On the left and the right, you can see we've got 2 ring lights set up, and in the center there, we've got our Hikvision webcam. Now this is the lighting and the camera setup that we've got set up for this system, and then for the audio we've got everything linked up to our sound desk over there, and I'll be using the cordless lapel microphone that's sitting on the desk over there to record the audio to our sound desk, which is connected up to the computer as well as the webcam, and then we will be using OBS Studio to record everything while I'm speaking. Now as you can see on the screen, we've got the green screen set up there, and what we're going to do in OBS is I'm actually going to show you how you can change that green screen and add a virtual background to your videos. Okay family, so you've just seen the setup that we're going to be using to pre-record our video, and that is similar to what we learned in part 1 of this how-to video, where we discussed the lights, the camera, and how to connect the sound. So we're going to be using that setup, and that setup is linked up to our computer for our video and our audio, and we're going to be using VideoSom to bring in the video from the camera, and we're going to be using OBS Studio to capture the video from VideoSom, as well as to capture our audio and then record it to our computer. So we're also going to be using VideoSom to display the various elements that we need to display for our pre-recorded video. As you can see over here, I've got a little church news video that I got for free off of the internet, and then I've got a couple of different graphics that I'm going to be displaying as I'm going to be sharing church news. The video that you're going to see, the video that we're going to be producing now, is the church news video that you saw in the previous section of this video with the live demonstration. The church news that you saw there is what we're recording now. So we're going to use the two programs to pre-record our video, and then obviously once the video is recorded, when we want to play it back in our church service, like for church news, we simply import it into the VideoSom agenda and play it back at the appropriate time. Now, the method that we're using can also literally be used to record your entire church service. And then at a later stage in this video, I'm going to show you how you can use OBS Studio to play back that video to Facebook to run that pre-recorded video as a live thing. But for now, we're just going to discuss how we can record everything, set everything up, and run this for church news. So as you can see, we've got our agenda over here. We've got our video capture coming in from our video camera. If I deactivate presentation mode, you can see over here, we've got our video feed. If I reactivate it, we're going to go over now to OBS Studio, where you can see the video is being captured because it's capturing our second screen or our projector from VideoSom. So for this video, I've chosen to make use of a green screen background, just as a little something extra to show you guys this is really cool. So using OBS Studio, if you choose to make use of a green screen, you can actually get rid of that green screen in OBS and add your background image. So as you can see in OBS Studio, we've got the same setup that we would for our live stream. We've basically got our video and our audio capture. So now for the green screen, all we need to do is right click on the display capture, go to filters, add a filter, and add the chroma key filter. And generally speaking, when it's set up on auto, it'll do it. And you can see here that it's now removed the background, and you can see it's removed the background here. Now, obviously, if you don't have a green screen, it's not necessary to do this. I'm just showing you this as some cool extra information. So if you've done this now we need to add our background. So we're going to go plus, and you must choose if you want it to be an image or a video. For me, I'm going to go for an image, and I'm going to choose the Christ's Heartbeat logo, and I'm going to import it. Now you can see it's a little bit too big, so we simply just click the corner and drag it to resize it to fit the frame. Now you can see that the picture is appearing over me, and that's not a problem. It's easy to fix. It's just a layer order thing. So if you look here, the image is at the top. What we need to do is we need to drag our background under display capture. Now you can see I appear over the graphic, and now we've effectively got a green screen. So now we're set up in OBS, we're set up in VideoSom, ready to go. So just before the presenter starts speaking, we need to click on start recording in OBS Studio. But before we do that, let's just double check quickly that our settings are right. So we're going to click on settings. We're going to go over to output. We're going to check here on recording. It's going to show you where it's going to record. Recording quality, I'd recommend keeping it on higher quality. Recording format, I'd recommend keeping it on MKV. And encoder, this depends on what your computer has. By default, sometimes it's software X264, or if you've got other hardware, this is an option. So whichever one is default, I'd say just leave it there. It should be fine. So once we've checked this, that everything's okay, we're now going to click OK because we're happy. So now we're ready to go. So we're going to click start recording. And I'd recommend only doing this just before the speaker starts speaking. So start recording, and then we go over to VideoSom. So we've now started recording. We now want to start our video. So to do that, first things first, we obviously need to deactivate the camera, because the first thing that we want to display is our church news video. So we want to deactivate the camera so that we can see the video. So let's deactivate it. Let's play back. And as it comes to an end, I'm just going to reactivate my camera as I start speaking.
Hey there, family. Welcome to today's installment of the CHMI Church News.
So I'm now speaking, and as I speak, I'm going to pull up the various elements over here.
Bustle of day-to-day lives, and especially during the week when we're getting ready for work and stuff in the mornings, we neglect to spend.
So I'm speaking about From Heaven at 7.
The Word of God and with God. Well, here at Christ's Heartbeat Ministries International, we have the perfect solution for you, and that is our daily devotional video series, From Heaven at 7.
And deactivate the camera for it to display.
7 a.m. Central African Time on our Facebook page as well as our YouTube channel. And we would like to take this opportunity to invite you to join us for the live premieres of these episodes at 7 a.m. each and every day before you go to work, to get a short, encouraging message from heaven at 7 to kickstart your day with the Word of God. And if you miss the message,
and then we're going to bring the video back.
Of the videos remain on our Facebook page and YouTube channel for you to watch at a later stage. Calling all youth. Are you looking for something?
Now we're speaking about the youth, so I'm going to get ready with the Transformed Youth banner.
Friday night around the Word of God. Well, we would like to invite you to join us on the Transformed Youth Facebook page every Friday night, where we have our.
And I'm going to pull it up in advance because it's not going to display on the screen yet because we've still got our video camera active.
Every Friday, and each week we have a new encouraging message from a different speaker from Team Transformed, and we would like to invite you to join us on those live streams so that we can see you, interact with you, pray with you, and spend time together in the Word of God. Calling all youth pastors out there. Are you perhaps a new youth pastor?
If we go back here, see green screen still working nicely.
Well, at Transformed Youth, we have
background showing through.
Here at Transformed Youth, we have constructed a weekly video curriculum that we would like to share with you.
So I'm just waiting for me to speak about the contact details before I pull up the graphic.
10 to 20-minute messages.
It's already pulled up. All I need to do is deactivate the camera.
Message is accompanied by several open-ended questions that encourage discussion around the topic of the week's message to get you and your youth group speaking about the various topics. If you're interested in reaching out to us and being part of our youth curriculum and utilizing our youth curriculum, please do not hesitate to contact us via phone call, via WhatsApp, via
and now
email,
you can
whatever
see
is most convenient for you. Our contact
it's being displayed
on the screen right now. We look forward to hearing back from you. And if you're interested in sampling it, please feel free to go to the Christ's Heartbeat website, click on the Transformed Youth page, and you will see a 3-week sample of our video curriculum on there for you to test out with the questions. And if you like it, we'd love to send you more videos. Family, we know that in the Bible,
bring the camera back. We're now speaking about code-red evangelism.
And many churches out there.
So I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Yes, it over here, but it's not yet on our screen. Why? Because the camera is activated. So as I start speaking about the contact details, once again, I'm just going to deactivate the camera so that the graphic will pull up on our live stream.
Training program called Code Red, and we would love to offer this.
So once I start speaking about the contact details, I will then deactivate the camera so that the details will pull up on our video feed.
Please do not hesitate to give us a shout.
Like now.
Contact details are being displayed on the screen now, and we would like to connect with you, engage with you, and create an opportunity to be able to come and train your congregation up in evangelism. We must remember, family, that evangelism is not just a single event, but evangelism is a lifestyle, and that is what we teach your congregation to do through our Code Red Evangelism training program. Family, we know that we're
bring the camera back.
Times with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Now we're going to be speaking about cornerstones. So I'm going to pull up the graphic over here. And as soon as I speak about the contact details, I'm going to deactivate the camera to pull it up on our stream again.
Where we aim to reach out to the needy on a weekly basis to be able to feed them a nice warm meal, as well as feed them spiritually from the Word of God. If you're interested in helping the welfare efforts that we're doing by contributing resources or contributing finances towards our efforts, please do not hesitate.
Pulling them up now by deactivating. They're now on the screen.
Please send us an email and let us know where you would be willing to assist us in this regard. Help us to spread the love of Jesus to the needy people around us. The works that we're doing need finances and need resources, and you can assist us in doing the work that we do by partnering with us in these efforts. And lastly, we would
now
just like to
deactivate
celebrate
the graphic and pull back the video.
Ministry, Equipped, as well as the success of our first project, which is the how-to video that you are watching right now. Family, we give God alone all the praise, the glory, and the adoration for all that He's done and accomplished in and through and for this project. If this message and this how-to video has been a blessing to you, we would like to
Now
ask
we're
you
going to pull up the
please
banking
share
details
these
in a
how-to
second.
videos far and wide to help us get this message out there.
So I've got the graphic ready, and I'm just going to deactivate the camera at the appropriate time.
We put a lot of time, effort, and resources into making this video possible and into making this video free, and we want to get this message out there, but we cannot do it without your help. Family, if you've watched these how-to videos and you've been blessed by these how-to videos and you feel led by the Lord to sow a seed into the ministry as a result of these videos,
I'm going to pull them up now, deactivate the camera.
QR code are being displayed
They're
on the screen right now. Alternatively, please feel
you can
free
see
to
over
go to
here.
the Christ Heartbeat website and click on the Join Hands tab, where you'll be presented with the various options of how you can sow seed into the ministry and into the project that we've been working on. Thank you, family. Thank you for joining us for Church News. Enjoy the rest of your service.
And now I'm going to bring the video back, and I'm going to do the outro video. And as soon as that's done, I'm going to hide that. I'm going to put it on a black screen. We're going to go back over here, and we're going to click stop recording on our OBS, which means we've now officially finished our recording. Our recording has saved to our hard drive, and we can then use this video in our church service. Something that you can maybe consider is using a free third-party or aftermarket program to possibly edit the video, to edit unnecessary bits and pieces at the beginning, at the end, but that's also entirely up to you. Okay, so now we're going to go and find our video, which by default has saved to my video. So I'm just going to pull up the folder over here, and there you have it. There's our video. So if I double click it, start recording, and then we go over to video. It opens up, and we can check it out. So get on our screen. Why? Because... And there you have it. Our video file is saved to our computer, and we can now play it back for our church service. So if I click on the video and drag it, just for interest's sake, to Video Psalm, this is how we would basically just play it back when it comes time to run our church service. So I'm just going to turn off presentation mode, so the video will appear here. If I double click start recording, and then we go over to Video Psalm and deactivate the camera so that the details will pull up on our video. And there you have it. You can see that it displays on Video Psalm. It runs during our service. And that is how we pre-record a video through Video Psalm, through OBS, using our setup. That is how we play it back using Video Psalm as well. So now that you've pre-recorded your video, maybe you've chosen to pre-record your entire church service, as I spoke about earlier, and you want to play it back on Facebook Live as if it were a live video. Well, there's a quick and easy way to do that using OBS. For that video, we don't need Video Psalm, we only need OBS. So now that we're in OBS, you can see that everything is still set up from the previous video that we did. We need to change things up in order to play back a video live. So there's two ways you can do it. You can go scene and create a new scene, which resets everything over here, or you can simply create a new scene, and I'm going to do that. So I'm going to, instead of calling it scene 2, I'm going to call it pre-recorded video. And you can see we've now got a new scene. So now we need to add our video to this scene. So to do that, we're going to click on plus, and we're going to click on media source. And I'm just going to say, call it video. Now we need to browse for our pre-recorded video. So I'm going to click on the browse button, and here you can see all of our videos. For the sake of this pre-recorded video, I'm just going to choose the From Heaven at 7 1-year countdown timer. I'm going to click open, and then we're going to click OK. And it'll automatically start playing it. So we're just going to click pause, and we're going to pull that back to the beginning. Now, you don't need to do this yourself. I'm just going to pull this down a little bit just so that it doesn't blast your guys' ears out while I'm talking when we play it back just now. If I play it back now, you can see here that the video is playing. You can see here that the audio is playing, and you can also hear that the audio itself is playing. So that means everything's set up and ready to go for us to go live. However, there's something else I want us to do as well. I'm just going to pause this and take it back to the beginning. When doing a live stream, when you're playing back a pre-recorded video, anything like that, as we have with our church live stream, it's recommended to have a beginning and an end graphic. just to make it easier for you to stop and start the live stream. So I'm going to go and add additional scenes. So I'm going to add a scene and I'm going to call it opening picture. And we're simply going to go add, and we're going to browse for image. I'm just going to call it open. I'm going to browse for our image. I'm going to go to graphics, and there you can see I've got a beginning graphic, and I'm going to click open, open. Now you can see it's a little bit too big, so we're just going to drag it and drop it to pull it to be in our full picture. And we've done that. So now we've got an opening picture. Now we need to add an end picture. So I'm going to once again add a new scene, and I'm going to call it end picture. I'm going to click OK. And then we're going to add a new source, and we're going to go image again. We're going to call it end pic. We're going to browse for it, and you can see there's the end pic. I'm going to click OK, OK. And once again, we're just going to resize it to make sure that it fits nicely in our frame there. And there we go. Now we've got everything that we need in place to go live. Now it's easy enough to transition between these. All we have to do is click between the various elements, and you can see it automatically transitions between them. So I'm going to put it on opening picture to start out with, because that's the one that we want when we start our live stream. So to start our live stream, to play back our pre-recorded video, first thing we're going to need to do is obviously get ourselves connected and ready to go live. And the way to do that is pretty much exactly the same way we did when we would live stream our church service. Go settings, stream, get stream key. It'll open up a web browser and it'll open up Facebook. Obviously I'm logged into Facebook, so it's going to pull up the page. If you're not logged in, you'll need to log in. So once the Facebook Live producer page is opened, we're just going to change it from timeline to a page we manage. I'm going to choose the CHMI test page. I'm just going to wait for it to load. We're going to give it a title, test, and a description, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then we're going to copy our stream key as we did previously. We're going to go back into OBS Studio. We're going to go there, Control A, backspace, Control V to paste it, and we're going to click apply. OK. Okay, so we're now ready to go live with our pre-recorded video. For this example, the pre-recorded video is just the From Heaven at 7 1-year countdown timer. However, you can literally play back whatever you want to as that pre-recorded video. You can play back your church news, and you can play back an entire a recording of your entire church service from beginning to end. You can literally play back any pre-recorded message as a live video using this method. Technically, if I wanted to with From Heaven at 7, I could run every episode live as opposed to a live premiere, although it would just mean a lot more admin on my side. However, once a month on a Friday, I do in fact do a live message for From Heaven at 7, where I have a pre-recorded message, and then once the message is finished, I transition to a live camera where I pray for the people and stuff. And that is where these From Heaven at 7 graphics come from when I do those live videos. You can literally experiment with this, play with this, make it your own, depending on what content you have, what videos you have. The only thing I'd recommend having is, as important things as having an opening picture, an end picture, and obviously your pre-recorded content that you want to play back. And you can even play back more than one pre-recorded video. If you want to add a second pre-recorded video, you just hit there, add a new scene, and I'm going to call it pre-recorded video 2, add media source. I'm just going to call it vid. I'm just showing you this to you as an example. We're not actually going to use it. Go grab a video, and I'm just going to grab, for an example, the church news. And we're going to click OK. And there you have it as well. There's your church news. So you've now got two different videos, and the way to bounce between them is literally by just clicking on the scene, and as you can see, it transitions. So now that I've explained all of that, we're now ready to go live. So we need to make sure that our opening picture is in place and ready to go. We're set up on Facebook and ready to go. So first things first, in OBS Studio, we're going to click Start Streaming. And then we're going to go back over to Facebook. And you can see it's connecting to our video, and it's now connected. So we're going to click Go Live. And we're just going to wait. And as soon as it says end live video, we know we're live. So if we click play here, we'll be able to see the playback of it. So as soon as we're live, we now go back to OBS Studio and we start playing our pre-recorded video simply by clicking on it over here in scenes. And there you can see it started playing back. If we go back to Facebook, in a moment you'll see it appear here. Remember, there is a delay between OBS Studio and Facebook. And there you have it. Now you can see Facebook is seeing it as well. They are watching the pre-recorded video that we've pre-recorded, pre-edited, and all these things, and they are seeing it as though it were in fact an actual live video. So I'm not going to go and play back the whole pre-recorded video just for the sake of time. I'm going to keep it short. So as soon as we are finished playing back our pre-recorded video and we want to stop our live stream, we go back to OBS Studio and we simply click on our end picture and it'll bring it in. That end picture will come up on the screen. If we go to Facebook, you're going to see it come up as well in a second. And as soon as you see it come up there, we're going to click end video. End video, end. And there you have it. We've officially gone live on Facebook and we've played back a pre-recorded video for it. So once we've finished going live on Facebook and we see this, we're going to go back to OBS and we're just going to say stop streaming to stop the stream so that it's no longer trying to upload to Facebook once we've finished our live video. And there you have it. That's basically how we can use OBS Studio and VideoSAM to create pre-recorded videos. The example that I've just shown you now is obviously a very basic open-ended example, but you can literally play with what I've taught you in this section however you want to create whatever content you want, and then to obviously take that content and use OBS to make it go live to Facebook as if it were in fact an actual live video. So I've taught you the basics and I want to encourage you to play around with it, make it your own. So this concludes this section on the pre-recorded videos. I hope that it's blessed you and encouraged you. I want to thank you for joining me for this section, and I want to thank you for joining me for this video as a whole, as this was the last section of the video. I trust that during the course of this how-to video, you've learned a lot and you've expanded on your knowledge of how to professionally live stream your church service. And I'm now going to hand back over to myself in the studio to conclude this video. Thank you, family.
Thanks for watching our how-to video series. I trust that the content of these videos have blessed you and encouraged you and given you some valuable insight that you will be able to utilize in your church's live streaming. Family, if at any point during these videos any questions, comments, or queries may have arisen, I'd like to ask you to please do not hesitate to contact me. My contact details are being displayed on the screen right now, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have to the best of my abilities. Family, we've put a lot of time and effort, much trial and error and testing, and hundreds of hours of recording and editing into making these videos possible. And the beautiful thing is we've made it completely free. We've made these videos to be a blessing to the body of Christ. And consequently, we would like these videos to get out there as far and as wide as possible. And we cannot do that without your help. So I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you to please share this video far and wide, to share it with all the pastors you know, with all the pastors networks that you're a part of, and with anybody who you feel may be blessed by the content of these videos, so that these messages can get out there to be a blessing and an encouragement to the body of Christ, so that everybody out there will have an equal and fair opportunity to be able to utilize the system that we've conceptualized and brought together in this video, so that they can increase the quality of their live stream services and make them look professional. So please, family, share, 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 share. Family, if you've watched this video and would like to learn more about Christ's Heartbeat Ministries International, who we are, what we stand for, what we do, and all these kinds of things, I would like to ask you to please go and visit our website, www.christsheartbeat.org, where you will be able to find out all the information about us, find all of our pages, check out all of our resources, and if you would like to stay up to date and in the loop with everything that we're getting up to, I'd like to encourage you to please go and like and follow all of our social media accounts and subscribe to our newsletter on our website, so that you can receive notifications of whenever we create new content like this, or whenever something's happening in your area that you may be interested in joining us. Family, as I said earlier, these videos are completely free. They are our blessing, our gift to the body of Christ. However, if this message has blessed you and you feel it laid on your heart by the Lord to sow a seed into the ministry and the work that we're doing, our banking details as well as our SnapScan QR code are being displayed on the screen right now. Please do not hesitate to sow that seed. Alternatively, you can go to our website, www.christsheartbeat.org, and click on the Join Hands tab, where you will be presented with the various options of how you can give. and sow seeds into the ministry. Thank you, family. I trust that these how-to videos have blessed you and encouraged you and given you some valuable insights. I look forward to seeing your new content online utilizing our system. And once again, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you, family. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you online, and God bless.